Testing audio.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council here for Tuesday, January the 13th. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Maquette and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Licol Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our additions or approval of the agenda, first going to administration. Are there any additions to the agenda this morning? Seeing none, looking to council. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to adopt the agenda? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the January 13, 2026 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Going to our moment of reflection, we are going to go a little back in time here, as we had done part of this, but I guess we have an individual who we have one more individual to acknowledge from an incident that happened with our one of our fire crews, and so I'm going to call on Chief Zebedee to do a brief to share some brief comments on this, and then council, we're going to be presenting another certificate and doing a quick photo with members of our fire department. So, Chief. Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So again, going back in time, so this call happened in the fall, and we have one more individual, Lieutenant Quinn Terapaki, that was involved in that event that just has been on vacation and timing hasn't lined up for shifts and stuff, so we're going to be presenting that. So the incident in question basically was a medical emergency of a high acuity nature in which a extreme kind of procedure that doesn't happen every day was performed by our fire crews and actually ended up regaining a pulse and breathing for this individual due to their actions. So it's not just one person, it was the entire crew that was involved that day. So again, AHS has recognized our staff through the medical first responder program. They've actually done a little bit of research into it, and they provide some really great reviews and comments to our crews on the actions that they did that day. So
awesome, thank you. And yeah, when we had presented this the first time, I mentioned it's incredible to see the training that our crews have, and I remember one of our firefighters when I went over for a meeting, he said if you're going to have a medical incident, you want to have it in Chestermere right now with the training that our fire crews have, and so I think that's it's an incredible testament to what the crews have done. Very quick question, and I'm sure that we updated Quinn on he now has to give his 5-minute speech.
That's right.
With regards to what happened. So I guess we'll call Quinn up for his speech now. No. He's right now trying to figure out if I'm serious. This is the best part of it. I'm like, how long can I let this stay here before? Awesome. So I guess we'll. So I have 2 certificates here, so that I was handed here this morning. I have one for Quinn, and then I have one that has a number of the others outlined. Are we doing presenting both here this morning? Or?
Yeah, we can do Quinn's, and then that one is for the department from the MFR agency.
Gotcha. So yeah, because these are coming from the MFR.
Correct.
Sorry. We are really good at acronyms here. MFR being
Medical First Responder Program.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you. So yeah, council, I think we'll just go down here in front and we'll have our comms team come and do some photos and present to Quinn and the crew.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you. Unless you want to do that speech.
You know what?
Awesome. And then the crew as well.
Crew's not here. Quinn was the last one.
Quinn was the last one.
Yeah.
So I'm just handing this back to you then.
Sure.
Awesome.
Good.
Awesome.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well done.
Okay. Thank you. Fantastic way to start off our first council meeting of the new year, celebrating success with our fire department. So, going to public input, looking to legislative services. Have we had anybody acknowledged for public input? No, thank you. So now we have a number of sets of minutes to approve. So we'll just work our way through here. So starting with the December 3rd special meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the December 3rd special meeting of council minutes? Ledge services?
Through the chair, we need to lift it from the table first.
Lift this one from the table? Okay, thank you. So can I have a councillor make the motion to lift this one from the table, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move the council lift from the table agenda item 5.4 from December 9th, 2025 meeting being December 3rd, 2025 special meeting of council minutes.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the minutes for the special meeting of council from December 3rd? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Let's move the council approve the December 3rd, 2025 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we have the December 4th, 2025 special meeting of council. Just looking at ledge services. It was only December 3rd we had to lift, correct? Thank you. December 4th special meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that council approve the December 4th, 2025 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor, make a motion for the December 8th special meeting of council minutes. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council approve the December 8th, 2025 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. December 9th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the December 9, 2025 regular meeting of council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then finally, the December 16th special meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the December 16th, 2025 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to item 7.1, which is the South Shore Outline Plan amendment. This is being presented by Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2. Good morning.
Morning. Can I ask that you pull up the presentation, please? Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2 with the CGI Department. I would like to acknowledge that all my comments shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of Council. Administration is here to present a South Shore Outline Plan amendment. The agenda provides a quick overview of what will be discussed during the presentation. Administration is requesting the following motion: that Council approve the South Shore Outline Plan dated January 2026 as amended as shown in Attachment B. The city has received an application from Arcadis on behalf of the landowner Edgewater Communities to amend the South Shore's Outline Plan. We have representatives from both here today. The subject property is located in the south portion of the city as shown in the context map. The proposed amendments to the South Shore Outline Plan include several text amendments and modifies requirements in the section described on the slide as follows. Change references in the outline plan from IBI Group to Arcadis Professional Services. Reduce a 2.1 meter to 2.5 meter high earth berm to 1 meter where the grade is below a certain threshold. Require no earth berm where the natural grade exceeds 1 meter high. And reduce the minimum building setback requirements from the CN property line from 30 meters to 15 meters, and reduce the requirement of a combined safety berm and noise barrier height from 4 meters to 2.4 meter sound barrier, and finally, update the phasing plan to reflect what has been approved based on the registered subdivision phases. The southern boundary of the community adjacent to the CN rail has varying grade changes. So the applicant has proposed 3 cross-sections to demonstrate at a high level what is proposed in relation to the rail line. The cross-sections are zoomed in, so the full extent is available within the council package. The first cross-section is for the western portion of the community and will include approximately 1 meter high safety berm with a 2.4 meter high sound fence on top of that, directly on the CN property line. The second cross-section is for the middle portion of the community and will include a 2.4 meter high sound fence directly on the CN property line. The third cross-section is for the middle to eastern portion of the community and will include a 1.8 meter chain link fence directly on the CN property line, followed by a 2.4 meter high sound fence that is located further north adjacent to the regional pathway. The proposed amendments were circulated to internal departments and external agencies, including CN Rail, and all comments have been addressed. In terms of implications, the proposed amendments would reduce the building setback requirements from 30 meters to 15 meters identified in the outline plan, allowing for buildings to be closer to the rail line. This change would impact a multi-residential parcel located in the southeast portion of the South Shore community that is currently vacant, and this would be reviewed as part of the development permit process. All other parcels in the community have been subdivided and are more than 30 meters away. Administration is recommending the proposed amendments be approved to the South Shore Outline Plan as it aligns with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Railways Associations of Canada approved guidelines for a branch line, and CN finds them satisfactory. These amendments reflect an alternative solution to current development constraints while still providing mitigation measures for development in proximity to a rail line. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much, appreciate it. Looking to council for any questions. We'll start with Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through yourself, through Mr. Edney, and to you, our speaker. I understand what's being presented here in regards to the actual sound barrier. Just keeping it, if there's a natural sound barrier already there, then we'll modify it to suit. My question, though, is on the setback. Can you explain why from a 30 meter to a 15 meter? That's considerably closer than than what it would have originally been intended as 30 meters away from the property line.
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski. So the 30 meters was initially established because they were trying to do the requirements for a main line, which is significantly higher frequency of trains and noise. So a branch line requires significantly less setback requirement, which is 15 based off the guidelines that have been established. So in this instance, all the residential properties you can see kind of on South Shore Drive, there is a road in between, so pretty much all of them will still have a 30-meter setback. The only parcel that this would impact is that multi-residential parcel. There is still a 10-meter linear path between the rail plus that, and then that multifamily site would still need to have a setback. So there will still be measures in place for mitigation.
Thank you. Follow up from Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I turned off my microphone too soon. Question for you to possibly Mr. Edney or our presenter. I know there has been discussion, maybe at the very high level, with CP about potentially looking at a corridor there for some economic development. But along this section, I think the setback makes sense to be 15 meters as a branch. Or do we expect any time in the future for that frequency to increase if that corridor gets further developed? Do we know? We don't really know because the discussions have likely been so high level. I'm just going back from previous conversations that we've had with our economic development manager about potential opportunities along that line.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. Welcome to 2026. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any concrete answer on that, Councillor Warzanowski. But to your point, I think the larger corridor economic development that we're looking at wouldn't affect this particular parcel in the South Shore community. I think my only question I would have would be, what's the impact of the people living in that building if they're now 15 meters from the tracks instead of 30? And what if the frequency did increase? What happens? So,
Well, that's essentially the question.
What
'cause
you're asking,
if
yeah.
that does to get developed, and all of a sudden Chestermere becomes a CP hub, 20 years from now, it'll certainly affect the frequency, regardless of what the setback is decided today. Right? So something to keep in mind.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I echo my fellow councillors' concerns. Granted, this is, well, if I read this report correctly, it's still a main line by designation. However, arbitrarily, someone has said that it meets the criteria of a branch line. That really sticks in my head because, yes, today it might be a low traffic, but these houses are going to be sitting there, or this multi-residential parcel is going to be sitting there for 50 years. And if it increases, then there's not going to be the proper setback as per that agreement through FCM. So I don't know. Perhaps you can help me square that circle through administration, or through the chair to administration. Can you help me square that circle? Like, do we have a guarantee that there won't be an increase in traffic on this line, and we have to come back in 10 years when this is our property, and by the expense of the taxpayer, increase the wall height and move buildings?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler. So CN has jurisdiction over the rail line, so they have provided written confirmation that for the purposes of development, this is a branch line at this time. Obviously, things can change in the future. However, it meets 30 meters for most of the site. Yes, the multifamily site could be closer. So if we just say 10 meters is for the linear path, we're still probably going to be close to 20 for that multifamily site, just based off the setbacks for a building just in general for an R4 district. On top of that, there are other measures that would need to be addressed. So like facade enhancements, so certain type of glazing and siding also helps in terms of noise mitigation. So those would all be reviewed as part of a development permit process.
I'm less concerned about noise and more concerned about derailments. I'm very cognizant, or I recall Lac-Megantic and the disaster that happened there, and so mitigation of or allowing trains to derail, because they derail all the time, with enough space is paramount in considering that that location is going to be a seniors. Low-income seniors facility. I'm just have a lot of concerns. Another thing is about the wall height. Why the reduction? Trains are generally unsightly, and a higher wall height would keep kids. As a former kid who played on the train tracks when I probably shouldn't have, would keep kids away from the train line. So I'm just curious about that decision.
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Schindler. So I'll just answer the first question. This is kind of the grade shown at that portion of the multifamily site. So you can see that there's fairly significant grade. This is kind of zoomed in. So the rail is kind of to the left portion. So you can see that there's quite a significant dip in the grade, followed by a chain link fence, followed by an incline, and then the sound fence. So in terms of train derailment.
Sorry, I see the grade in lines, but I don't see a scale. So I mean that could be 2 inches, and it'd be squished together. So it doesn't display a grade to me in this drawing.
Sure thing. Legislative Services, can you pull up the agenda package, please?
Oh, I see a grade here in meters.
The agenda. Can you go to page 50
I have it here.
in the agenda package?
So it looks like about a 4 meter grade difference.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 3.5. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Okay. I have a few, and I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Mine are mostly to do with the report. And so just to, in that vein, mine more have to do with some procedural things, just for, perhaps, it might be my own understanding, but some other councillors as well, but also perhaps for some public understanding. I do want to go back to this piece that has been highlighted by both Councillor Warzanowski and Councillor Schindler, because I highlighted it as well. The quote in our package is, CN has indicated the rail line that runs through the city of Chestermere is considered a main line for their operation. However, based on the speed and frequency of the trains, the rail line can be considered a branch line for the purpose of development. How can it be both? Is something that I think council's trying to come to a bit of understanding. How can it be both a main line and a branch line?
Do you want to?
Mr. Chanayak?
Through the chair, to the chair. From our understanding, the line was installed as a main line. However, it doesn't currently have enough frequency for them to classify it as a main line.
Okay.
And that's why they're classifying it as a branch line. Now, that is not to say that the frequency could not change tomorrow or day after or whenever the CN decides it to become a main line.
Sure.
That could happen anytime they choose to do so. We're presenting information based on the information that we have from CN Railways at this time. Council may choose to consider the information that we received from CN Railways and approve the proposal or refuse the proposal. But this is the best information we have from the agency that's responsible for railways in Canada.
Thank you. And the Prairie Gateway project that is on tap, that's coming, is this line associated with Prairie Gateway?
Through the chair, it could be. I don't have that information on hand.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and to Ms. Santu. What is the governing body for railways? Do we know? Okay, my next question, the reason why I'm asking is, what are the hard rules that we have to follow regarding setbacks, safety berms, noise mitigation, etc.? Because what I'm understanding is these rules regarding main lines versus branch lines, these are recommended options that we could choose to implement. Are there any rules that we actually have to follow that we should know about?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo. So in terms of rail, the governing aspect is just the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Railway Association of Canada guidelines. So those were created as a result of CN requiring some form of consistency in terms of development along a rail line. So this is what has been used, but yes, they are still guidelines. As we don't have specific requirements anywhere else, the guidelines are usually used by all municipalities.
Great, thank you. Okay. Council, as I work my way through the questions here, please feel free just to light. Oh, okay. Well, that was fast. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Through you to Jeevan. Just a quick question on the guidelines. Are these just general across Canada, or are they specific to regions as well?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Narayan, it is for Canada-wide. It just is specific to this classification that whoever the rail jurisdiction is in that location would determine the classification of the rail line, and then based off of whether it's main line, principal, branch, etc., they have different criteria on setbacks, mitigation, etc.
Yeah, and the reason I was asking that, I just felt that there's definitely regional differences and how rails run across the country. Obviously, there's a lot more out in the east, and where they're structured than compared to the west. But, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two procedural questions then. One is just related to the piece about previous reports and council decisions. So I think this one would be fair to go to Mr. Edney on this one. As we're looking at this, I know that we had a brief conversation about this yesterday. So this is, we are amending something, and there's been previous reports. This is a third revision of that report. And in our council package, it says previous reports, less council decisions, if any. It says none at this time. But there has been a South Shore Development Plan that's been approved. There's been ASPs that have been approved for this. Is this something that should be included within this, or do we procedurally just try and narrow our scope? Because I am going to go somewhere with this next question. Do we just try and narrow our scope just to the guidelines? The reason I'm asking this question has to do with something that council's talked about a few times, where we talk about oftentimes we are asked to make decisions on a micro scale when there's always a macro scale that is involved. And I have a few macro scale questions that are coming here in a minute. And so what I'm getting at is I think there's a bit of a macro picture when it comes to all of this. And so ultimately what I'm wondering is, how does this particular approval of this development impact the macro of the South Shore development outside of just the micro? Yep, we're going to change the setback so that this building can go. How does that impact the rest of this development, and how and should that be included when we see things like previous reports and council decisions? I see Mr. Shaniak lit up. Where am I going? Going there? Okay. Mr. Shaniak?
Nope.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. That's a good question. So it's something that Mr. Chandiak and I were just kind of quickly chatting about here, and it's something we're going to talk about a little more at ELT. Because you're correct, we do have that area in the report talking about previous decisions. My assumption, and something we've talked about in general, not specific to this report, which is why I'll turn it over to the team on this particular report, is not to put in, sometimes we look at some of these projects, developments, and there's 50 previous decisions. And so we're trying to find that balance of where do we focus on the current issue at hand versus loading it up too much. I think in this case, my assumption would be we haven't made previous decisions on the sound wall or the setback. So there's no real report or decision related to that issue, but you make a valid point of somewhere along the way, something changed from the very first approval to where we are today. And that's a question I think fundamentally, administratively, and with council's input, we should look at what are the relevant reports that should be in each of these different packages as we go forward. So it's something we'll take away, we'll talk about tomorrow in our regular meeting, but I'll maybe turn it over to Mr. Chandiak to talk about this particular report.
Thank you, Mr. Chandiak.
Thank you, CEO Edney. To the chair, Mr. Edney is correct. We haven't really chatted about the specifics of this report previously, and that's why you don't necessarily see any linked reports from back in time. Council sure has talked about the outline plan back in time, but that's a macro scale component of it. Much like land use developments, we talk about land use amendments all the time. If council chooses or wishes to have all the land use amendments listed for every report, then we're looking at potentially 5 pages of linkages for every other report. So again, it's a balance that we're trying to sort of achieve, trying to give council information specific to the conversation or the topic that's at hand. And that's why you don't necessarily see anything linked in this report.
Thank you. No, and I appreciate that explanation, because when I first read through this report, I had all kinds of questions about why is this crossed out, why is this redlined, and this is not redlined. And then as I had a moment to review it a second time, I assumed that the reason sections are redlined and or crossed out was that the only parts of the report that were addressed that are part of the land use and outline plan, the only parts that were addressed in terms of for editing were specifically related to the rail line and or the sound wall and or the setbacks. That those were the only things that were addressed. Because when I look at this, part of my question surrounds things like economic development. So when we look at that development, there was clearly something that was presented before. And when there's a whole section in here about commercial development and a whole plan for economic development. And I've driven through South Shore and I don't see that. So that is a part of a question that I have with regards to how does that play out when we read a report and we see something, because I've demonstrated this before. Right before your time, Mr. Shadayok, we saw a report of there was a concept plan that was presented to council, and then the concept plan and what sits in that area right now are not necessarily the same. And this is a conversation that we're having with our development community to ensure that those things align. And so when I read reports like this is why a curiosity grows in me from that macro scale. I know that it's something that a number of our councillors have talked about a lot with regards to what are we looking at from a big picture perspective, and how does, yes, we can make this decision right now, but how does that impact the big picture of what we're looking at? Specifically, a question I have is this comes up a lot where it says all comments have been addressed. So things were circulated, all comments have been addressed. What does that mean? What does that process look like? And what does it mean when it says that all comments are addressed? Because is that then just high level presented, or because I don't necessarily see that there were comments that came back from, say, CN Rail, or came back from the developer, or came back from other interested parties. I don't necessarily see that within a report unless I just missed it somewhere. I admit that. Just coming back from holiday, so I may have missed that. But what does it mean when it says all comments addressed?
Through the chair to the mayor. So during the process, we receive an application from the applicant for this amendment, and then an internal process happens where we circulate it to engineering, fire, transportation, etc., as well as the external agencies. And then we might have some minor comments, as in like maybe there was typos, or maybe when we reviewed the technical study, some of the graphics needed to be updated, kind of any of those things. But in order for us to come to council, we want to ensure that we have a recommendation. So we want to ensure that anything that was brought up during that time has been addressed. So we don't typically do a significant amount of information on exactly what those comments are and how they were addressed, because some of them are fairly minor in nature.
Okay.
Which were in this instance.
And if it's of a more significant nature, they're just answered that way, and then council's presented with the report.
Yeah, if there is a more significant comment, we would raise that concern. So if some, like CN said, we have X concern with this development, we would write that in the report so that you have all the information to make an informed decision.
Thank you. And so I'm curious about the fact that you had said that we have it in writing from CN Rail that this is a branch line, not a main line. I'm just curious as to why that's not as part of the agenda package, but as a verbal commentary, because that seems significant to this decision. Mr. Chandiok?
Chair, to the chair. The comments from CN Railway are comments provided by a stakeholder for the application. Council is the final authority who makes that decision whether or not to approve this outline plan or not.
Okay.
So we're presenting comments from stakeholders as part of the package.
Okay.
This is fairly a straightforward application, I'd say, but there would be applications that are way more complex than this, where you'd have 10 rounds of back and forth in terms of commentary, received from stakeholders and us working with the developer or the applicant to resolve those comments. If the comments are resolved, we don't necessarily bring them to council because those are already addressed. The technicalities of those comments have already been sort of taken care of. If there are any unresolved comments and the developer or the applicant is not sort of willing to address them, then we would come to council to say, we had circulated the application, most of the comments have been addressed. This is one major line item that has not been addressed, and so this still remains an issue. Council, you now have an opportunity to sort of take this into consideration and say whether or not do you agree with applicant's proposal. The ultimate decision-making rests with council, and as part of the process, it is our job and responsibility to ensure that you are making an informed decision by way of including information that's relevant in the report and the presentation. That's why you see this as part of the report and not a standalone agenda item.
Okay, so this isn't what you said, but this is what I heard. So I'm going to throw this back at you to see if I understand this correct. So then, when we say all comments have been addressed, what we may mean by that comment is that in order for it to reach the standard for administration to come with a recommendation to council, we have addressed the concerns, and so now it meets the criteria for the city of Chestermere, for our standards, for what we expect for any kind of development, whatever the case may be, whether we're talking about a rail line here, we're talking about a road over here, we're talking about whatever kind of development, it meets the standards now of what we are looking for, and because you have now met the criteria of the city of Chestermere, administration now feels comfortable to support that coming to council for ultimate authority. Is that what we mean by comments are addressed?
Through the chair, to the chair, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you. I appreciate that. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Worship. And through you to Mr. Adney, if I could possibly maybe even ask our fire chief to give some insight, because the sticky point for me is, of course, a setback here from 15 to 30 meters, and I'm just wondering what does that mean in terms of, you guys performing your work, fire mitigation and all that.
Yeah, through the chair to council. That's a great question. I mean, I think for me to answer that wholly, I would have to have an understanding of what that rail line is carrying. Some lines carry maybe just grain or commodities. Some carry hazardous materials. From a setback perspective, I think that 15 meters versus 30 meters, I don't know that there's that big of a difference from a emergency management or emergency response perspective, if that kind of answers that question. If we were talking going from 30 meters to 200 meters, yeah, now we're talking a big difference, but 15 meters I don't feel is a significant distance from that perspective. And again, when we look at the fencing and stuff that's being proposed, again, I haven't seen this myself personally, but I think from a safety perspective, we have a fence up there keeping people back from the rail line. That would be a big concern of mine is, individuals who shouldn't be near the rail line being near the rail line. And then we also have that buffer between the housing or the complex and the rail line as well from a vegetation and break perspective. Does that kind of answer your question? Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chandiak? Actually, no, sorry. Council, I'd like to ask for a motion to go to in-camera under Section 21, disclosure harmful to individual or public safety, based on a comment that was just said by our fire chief that I think is a more appropriate question for us to ask in-camera. So if I could have a motion to move to in-camera under Section 21, disclosure harmful to individual or public safety, Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, if we can get that up. Thank you. I move that council go into closed session at 9:39 a.m. to discuss the following. Access to Information Act, Section 21, disclosure harmful to individual or public safety.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Sorry. Life Services?
Sorry, there wasn't a name attached to it, so I'll just have to add that now.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, South Shore. I can reread that.
Yeah, can you restate the motion, please, Councillor Jonge?
I move that council move into closed session at 9:40 a.m. to discuss the following: South Shore Outline Plan, Access to Information Act, Section 21, disclosure harmful to individual or public safety.
Thank you for restating that motion. Can I call for the vote, please?
Yeah.
And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're just coming back from our in-camera session. And so can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of in-camera, please? Counselor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 9:47 a.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a quick break to get everybody back in the room, and we will come back at 9:55. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here, and now that we've had a conversation to discuss, administration has provided the opportunity for would actually like me to ask the question that I had publicly. Just want to ensure something, and so the question that I had, and I'm not sure if Mr. Edney, if I'm firing this at you, or if you would like me to go back to Chief Zebedee, or if Jeevan's take. I don't know who's going to take this question, but I think the chief is coming to take this question. It looks like. So, my concern on the safety side of things had to do with the fact that there was a comment that was made during the presentation that it had been circulated to all parties, including fire. Then our fire chief said, well, I haven't seen this report. That caused a moment of pause in me, but Chief Zebedee was able to have us all assured on our concerns with that. And so, Chief, if you just want to speak to that concern just for a moment, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I myself personally haven't reviewed this. However, we do have a team internally through our Fire Prevention Bureau that everything from planning and development goes through our fire marshal and our fire inspector. And then if this would have been something that would have raised red flags for them, or there would have been some concerns or questions, then it would get brought to myself, which then we can have that further discussion. So often these smaller ones or smaller amendments, things like that, I typically don't see. However, our fire prevention team can be rest assured that they are reviewing it for code and standards and all the rest of those sorts of things. So, and again, on bigger ones, I would then be brought into the loop, but something like this, probably not.
Right. So I think this is a classic moment of what happens with assumptions.
Absolutely.
Because it's a greater understanding for me today of how some of those internal processes work within our own fire department. So I did appreciate that clarity. So that's where the moment for the mayor came from of what? And so I appreciated that clarity. So with that, thank you very much. With that, council, there's a couple of options. So option one, the recommendation from administration is that council approve the South Shore Outline Plan dated January 2026 as amended, as shown in attachment B. So that's the recommendation. The other option to consider was that council direct administration to bring back additional information to a future meeting of council, were the two options that were presented to us. So before I guess going to motion, I see that the screen's lighting up. So Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two additional questions, please, through you to Mr. Edney and Ms. Sandu. And sorry, Jeevan, for pronouncing your name wrong. I have a question. I'm assuming that the multi-residential parcel was what triggered this request. Would that be a correct assumption?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, right now the South Shore community just has a 1.8 meter chain link fence that is installed, and they are required to put in what was initially mentioned in the South Shore Outline Plan. However, based off of some review and some additional technical studies that were done by the applicant and the developer, they have proposed the amendments. So it's not necessarily triggered by the multifamily site. That has always been approved. That is just going through the process regardless.
I see. Okay. But the other sections that were cross sections here, those are already built out.
So the grades there, and the 1.8 meter chain link fence is there, the regional path is there, and all that stuff. So portions of a 1.8 meter chain link fence would be replaced with just the 2.4 meter sound fence, or it would be replaced by adding an earth berm and then the 2.4 meter high sound fence. And then in this one that's shown here, they would be installing a 2.4 meter sound fence along the regional path.
Great.
Which is not there, so this is just like conceptual. If this were to be approved by council, they will have to do detailed design and construction, which would be reviewed by administration.
And go through the process. Yeah. My question is actually around, I wonder if it's yet known what the difference to that multi-residential parcel would be with a 15 meter versus a 30 meter setback. What I'm wondering is if we have a projection yet about changes to the design that would maybe affect the density there, or the number of units, any early projection on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandmo, so we do actually have an active application for that site. It currently has a 30 meter setback and still achieving the density requirements that have been noted. But that is still kind of early on in the process, and we still have to go through our review.
So with that statement, Is what I'm hearing that whether it's 30 meters or 15 meters, the density will be the same?
It should be.
So that could potentially mean, so right now under 15 meters, we might be looking at something closer to a townhome. And if it goes to 30 meter, we might be looking at something more like a multi-story to achieve the same density in less space.
Yeah, they will have to have a fairly significant buffer from the rail line if the 30 meters is what is demonstrated. The initial concept anyways showed an apartment style building. I think the complex now is just both like a apartment and townhouse given the size of the site.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. And I understand that there's still quite a lot of process we need to go through before anything is approved, but that's very helpful. That was all my first question, Your Worship. Through you, my second one is I wanted to give Mr. Edney an opportunity to offer any more additional comments about the governing bodies for railways. And specifically what I want to know is, are we at risk if we were to approve this and at some point in the future, Chestermere does become a true main line? Are we at risk of a major expense or needing to remediate somehow in that situation? Because that would be very expensive to fix once everything is built out. Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo, so the beauty of the internet, Transport Canada is who actually oversees and is the governing body for the railways. There's a Railway Safety Act. And as Jeevan has mentioned, the Railway Association and Federation of Canadian Municipalities have developed these guidelines for use in urban planning and development and settings. So that's what the developer and the team are going by. To your second part of the question, I don't have that answer right now. I think it's an important answer. I think it's something that we could come back with some more information and get you some answers on that, unless Mr. Chandiak or Ms. Sandhu have a little more detail on that right now. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer, but I share your concern.
So then, with that comment, does administration still have the same recommendation of the motion that we should be going with? Because there are two motions. One you gave us, right? Again, it sounds accusatory. The one is that the recommended to council is that council approve the South Shore Outline Plan dated January 26th as amended as shown in attachment B. So that was the recommendation at the start of today. Based on the questions that have been raised and comments that have been raised by council, is that still the recommendation of administration, or is that still the recommendation of administration? Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, just a point of clarity that I'd like to provide here. Council is only approving the outline plan. We're not approving any development on that parcel of land by way of this approval. That development will get approved, if it does, through a different process, which is the development permitting process, at which point we'll have more, handle on the current situation or the situation of, the rail line. If council is concerned about the frequency, which could change 100%. We can always take the application, the information that's being presented to you back and try to seek more clarity from CN Rail and bring that information back in front of council. However, our recommendation at this point is sort of based on the information that's available to us. And that's why a recommended sort of motion is there on the table to be able to sort of approve it, knowing that you're not approving the development, you're only approving the outline plan. And if council is actually concerned about the setback, we will have measures in place through the development permitting process to be able to sort of tackle that. So that's all that I have on two of those recommendations.
Thank you. And as part of that process, that comes back to council.
The development permit does not come back to council.
The development permit does not come back to council. So is this the last time council sees this?
Through the chair, that would be correct. If council ends up approving it, this is the last time you'll be seeing it. The site, just a point of clarity, Jeevan, the site is not zone DC.
Through the chair, it currently is direct control.
Okay.
So if it remains direct control, it will be brought forward to council. If an amendment comes to remove the DC, that also will come to council, and they can make that decision at that time.
So my apologies. I was not informed that the site is zone DC. If the site is zone DC, then it will come back to council. Either way, If they rezone the site, if the applicant chooses to rezone the site, it'll come in front of council for rezoning. If the site stays as DC, then the application comes in front of council for rendering a decision on the site itself. So this is not the last time council will be seeing this.
Okay. Okay. So, Councilor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to administration to Jeevan Sandhu. My question is which one? Because for this one is a railway line, and down the road after 20, 25 year, 50 year, there is any liability or any burden on taxpayer for the future to amend this or to move any, because if it's loud noise or any like noise cancellation ball, because they are expensive to replace. So how is this addressing this one? Is down the road after 50 year, is there's no major expense on the city side?
Through the chair to Councillor Randhawa. So the rail line classification can change. CN has full jurisdiction to do that. Based off the information we have, there was a railway acoustic and noise vibration study done and provided to the city that demonstrates what they are proposing for the current context is satisfactory. If the line changes to a main line, there is still the sound mitigation measures in place. The applicant does have additional facade treatments on all of the houses that are adjacent to the rail line. As part of the DP process, we can ensure that there's additional facade enhancements for those multifamily sites facing onto that rail line as well. The main difference is going to be that setback, right, from 15 to 30. So 30 is achieved for all the low-density residential development already, regardless. And it's really specific to that multifamily site. And as part of the review process, we can kind of address those as needed.
Okay. I'm going to attempt my summary skills here and see if I can kind of sum up the last hour of our lives. I think council has expressed some questions and some concerns with regards to this. I think that those have been heard by both administration and the applicant, who is in the room and obviously listening intently to questions and concerns that council have. This particular area is direct control, meaning that whatever happens today, this is going to be coming back before council before a shovel goes into the ground with regards to this development. Given that, so then one could expect then that the questions and concerns that have been raised by council would then be addressed by administration and the applicant moving forward. Administration has not changed their recommendation, sorry, that was the wrong way to phrase that. Administration is still recommending that we approve this. So approval of this will simply then allow the applicant and administration to start to move forward in the development permit process, which will then come back before council, which council could approve or not approve at that time as well. So council could say, right, and so it gives opportunity for that. If we don't approve this today and ask for more information to come back, basically administration goes and gets more information, but this is going to come back then anyway for the same type of application, but essentially stalls and or delays work on the project. How am I doing on my summary? Pretty good? Okay. So, with that summary, Mr. Chandak, do you have comments that you want to add to said summary?
Through the chair, you're correct in your summary. The only thing that I'd want to submit here is if council is concerned about the 30 meter to 15 meter setback, council can choose to remove that specific component from the motion, and we can amend the outline plan to sort of keep it at 30 meters. Now, the line that I have in front of me in the outline plan, it says a minimum of 30 meter building setback, which we're changing to a minimum of 15 meter building setback from CN line to the nearest residential building is the difference. We're just changing minimum 30 to minimum 15. Now, that does not mean you cannot increase the setback back to 30. It's just you're reducing the minimum limit.
Yeah.
So if council is concerned about the setback, we can always sort of remove that specific line from the proposal, or council can choose to approve it like that, knowing that in the future they will still have the ability to increase that setback because it's just the minimum setback. It doesn't necessarily mean this is the max you have to go to.
Right. Okay. Councillor Schindler?
Through the chair, to administration, I have a question about the height of, or the regular height of a safety fence. Is there a number that you can give me that is the height a fence must be to keep the public out of a certain area for safety reasons, especially under this context?
Through the chair, typically you see sound fences being in the range of 2 to 2.4 meters. You can kind of see that on Rainbow Road. Obviously, that is not necessarily for a rail. It's for the noise from the traffic generated, but that's a very common height.
For a sound fence, but for safety, to keep a kid from jumping over and going into the tracks, is there a height that we should be leaning towards?
Mr. Shandiok?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, I don't necessarily have a specific height that sort of works, but 2.4 meters is about 8 feet.
Right.
I don't necessarily expect kids to jump over an 8 feet fence and go into the railway line unless they specifically want to do it. So I think that's good enough height to keep kids and people out should they want to stay out.
I hear that, and I just want to draw your attention to page 48, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, if we could take a look at the height of this fence here. While it says that the height is 2.4 meters in total, is it correct to say that is that 2.4 meters to the foundation, to including that 1 meter below grade, or is that meaning that would be above the traffic side sound wall or ground would be 1.4 meters, or would that be 2.4 meters above that ground level?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler. So I've asked Legislative Services to zoom in. I don't know if you could still see that or not.
Yeah.
But it's a 1 meter safety berm.
Yeah. Okay.
And then on top of that,
Would be
a 2.4.
Thank you. That's what the clarity was. I just wanted to. Thank you. That's my question.
So, do I have a councillor that wants to make the motion for the recommendation from administration? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move the council approve the South Shore Outline Plan dated January 2026 as amended, as shown in attachment B.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just comment. I'll be voting against this one, as I usually do when I feel that a question is left unanswered. So I don't know how this will go, but I'll be voting against it for that reason.
Thank you. Councillor Wozinowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I, for similar reasons to Councillor Sandbo, will be voting against this motion. Also, I'd like to see what's being as proposed, especially with the 50-meter setback and the unclear nature of potential development along that corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Schindler.
I find this just an interesting proposal. I would have liked to have seen a cross section of where the impact would have been. We have 3 cross sections in areas that really don't matter, other than to show the fencing. Having a cross section detail where the building was, so that we can kind of see, because you were saying the administration was saying that there was a 20-meter setback to a building, which would have been interesting to see. But because I don't have that information, I can't make that determination. Is there? I might propose a amendment to this motion, or a change to this motion, that to remove the 30-meter setback, or 30 to 15-meter setback from this proposal, but can keep in the sound wall fence. And so I'm looking to our chair to see if that would, and to the rest of the council to see if they would be in agreement of that. Or sever that portion, sorry. Looking to sever that portion of the proposal.
Okay. Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. There's, I think, some other recommendations that I'd like to see change as well, Councilor Schindler, so I'm just going to vote against it. And then if it carries as not approved, I'd suggest that we provide some recommendations to administration on what we want those changes to look like. Because there's probably more than one.
Okay. Okay, because I apologize. There was a second option that was on the table previously. I know that I said, do I have a councillor that wants to make this motion? I had pointed out that there was a second option from the beginning of, we could have kicked this back for information before making this motion. Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I don't mind rescinding my motion.
Okay. So procedurally, to do that, I believe that would require a unanimous vote to rescind the motion. So Deputy Mayor is suggesting so we could test that. So just procedurally, holy, I'm going deep in the MGA on this one, kids. So to test that, then what would happen is Deputy Mayor would make a recommendation to rescind his motion. We would vote on it. That would require a unanimous vote. If that received a unanimous vote, then we could proceed differently. If it does not receive a unanimous vote, then we would end up voting on this motion. Everybody's good? Okay, so Deputy Mayor, are you recommending to, or would you like to rescind your motion?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so to do that though, he has to make a motion. So Deputy Mayor would like to rescind his motion. So I'm going to call for a vote to rescind that council approved the South Shore outline plan dated January 2026. So we are voting to rescind this motion. So call for the vote. Okay, so that's carried unanimously. So then I'm going to make an assumption here that councillors, does the council want to make a motion, which is the council direct administration to bring back additional information to a future meeting of council? Do I have a councillor that wants to make that motion? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. If council's going to make that, could you specify what that additional information
I was getting
is?
there.
Okay, thank you.
I need to add to it. I need someone to make a motion first. But we're on the same page. We're totally on the same page. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can make that motion.
Okay. Councillor Sample.
I move that council direct administration to bring back additional information regarding the South Shore outline plan and bring it back to a future meeting of council.
Aye.
By
Is the date going to be a little determined by how much we're looking for here? Mr. Chandiok?
That would be correct. We'd need some time to sort of work with applicants to address the concerns that council has, so I wouldn't necessarily put a date right now.
Okay. Okay.
to a future meeting of council.
There we go. Okay, comments, questions from council. So the administration has asked for us to outline some specific things that we would be looking for. So, Mr. Edney, just before we do that, would you like that included in the motion? So by that, I mean, okay, so yes, okay. So we're going to be amending this motion a little bit organically on the fly. So then it would become council direct administration to bring back additional information regarding the South Shore outline plan and bring back to a future meeting of council, bring back additional information regarding the outline plan, including, and then we're going to need some bullet points here. Thank you. Oh, yep, good. Okay, so what are people looking for? We'll start with Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would include relevant legislative requirements and associated risk.
May I ask from legislative requirements from?
I would prefer not to state that in
wanna
case
keep
they
that
find
broad?
other ones.
Okay.
That's correct.
So then I'd look to admin. Is that clear enough if we say relevant legislative requirements? What I more mean is, that's what I'm getting at. I'm more getting at relative legislative requirements associated with rail lines is what I'm getting at. I'm not talking levels of government.
Sure.
I'm talking associated with rail lines. I think that's what you were going for. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have another?
That's it for me.
That's it for you. Okay. Do I have another Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The 30 meters setback is a sticking point for me, especially since we don't want to limit ourselves from a future opportunity. And our economic development manager has suggested that there may be an opportunity sometime in the future, whether it's now or the distant future. That combined with it being very close to residences, the 30 meters is something that I'd like to see if there was brought back to council for the setback instead of revising it to 15 meters.
So what are you looking for?
I'm looking to direct administration to modify it to 30 meters, but I'd have to get alignment from council for that to be in this motion. That's the suggestion that I'm proposing.
Perhaps my question wasn't clear. What I'm asking you is are you requiring additional information relevant to the 15 to 30 meters?
No, I have enough information.
You have enough information?
I feel that I do, yes.
Okay. So then Councilor Rector would bring back additional information regarding the...
So we can, it doesn't have to be in this motion. I do get your point. But if it's being brought back with more information, before we go to RFD, I'd like to see it at 30 meter setback.
Can I take a swing at this then?
Sure.
How the change in setback impacts possible commercial development.
Yes.
That work?
Yes. Even if we got some feedback from our economic development officer that would support or not support a 15 versus 30 meter setback would be information that would be valuable in making that decision.
Perfect. So, Josh, to add, how the change in setback could impact commercial development in the, what's the word we use all the time? In the subject site. Yes, that work? Councilor Worzanowski?
Yes, that works.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Edney. Hold on, I got too many mics. Hold on, it's all right. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think administration's looking for some clarity on this. There is no commercial development proposed on that subject site. So I don't understand the nature of this request.
Okay. Councilor Worzanowski?
There isn't currently, correct. And even if it's downstream of this and there's an economic development opportunity, there may be more train traffic going down that corridor. And if there is, now all of a sudden this is no longer a branch line. It becomes a main line. It would be great at some time in the future if Chestermere, the city of Chestermere residents could benefit from such an economic development. We don't know. You're absolutely right. And there's nothing currently. You're absolutely right. But if we change it to 15 meters, the rail company may come back and say, oh, you know what? There's way too much challenge to even make that an economic corridor because there's residences all along that line. That's a concern that I would have as a resident if we want to promote economic development, even if it's somewhere near or even outside of the city of Chestermere residents may benefit from.
Okay, I'm going to take another swing at this. Could it then be safety risks associated with the change in setback, including for possible commercial.
Yes, that's fine.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that better, Mr. Edney? No?
Yeah, thank you, Merdine. So just for clarity, what I heard was the concern is if we allow development closer, CN won't be able to make this a main line again. That's the question we want to answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Okay, so then, I'm gonna take another.
Somehow, do we somehow limit them
Yeah, so,
being able to use that railway more in the future?
so then let's take all that out, Josh. The second bullet point. The second bullet point now being, how the change in setback, affects the use of the line by CN Rail. Future use of the line by CN Rail. Because that way, that gives opportunity then for you to be in contact with CN Rail and bring that as part of the report back to council. Well, that was painless. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, Mr. Edney, did I hear you say that the current development doesn't have commercial, or are you saying there was no intention to have commercial in the multifamily development initially? And I'll get to the chase here. In the review of the outline plan, they specifically talk about the multifamily site and how there's going to be commercial use on the main floor of it within this document. To whomever, yep.
I see a lot of eye talking.
Through the chair to Councillor Grant. I don't have the specifics of the development permit and what is currently shown in it.
Okay.
Regardless, whatever was stated in the outline plan, I don't know if it says should, shall, or may, but that would be reviewed as part of the development permit.
Okay. Thank you. And my follow-up was the information that I would like to have that as relates to this motion is I would like to have the relevant information as it relates to the sound barrier and the original development agreement for this development.
Got that, Josh?
Okay. Relevant information as it relates to the sound barrier and the original development agreement with the city of Chestermere.
Mr. Edney? Is that clear? Good? You're good with that, Councillor Grant? Okay. And Councillor Schindler?
I feel like there's something that we can add to this, being that as a good regional partner, I would like to see a reflection of what other municipalities that we are attached to also what their policies are. On a brief overview, I just quickly looked at our biggest neighbor, and they do have a policy on setbacks and for freight railways to buildings, and I think that might be an interesting reflection on if we need a policy in our land use bylaw to address this, so that we don't have to debate these setbacks in the future.
Okay, so then how, including how neighboring municipalities handle setbacks with regards to rail lines within their boundaries. Does that work, Councillor Schindler?
Yes.
Okay.
Admin's nodding. We can talk freight rail as well if you want to just talk freight rail, because there's different policies for light rail as opposed to freight rail. But if you want to narrow
so
that
do you want to
scope.
change it to freight rail then? Councillor Schindler?
Yes. We can add freight rail.
Okay.
That narrow that scope, and then just one more is the reflection in. Perhaps the applicant can come back with a reflection of what is going forward for the that proposed development, and how a change would impact that development. Say, I would like to see a cross section of what is proposed there, so that we can really holistically make that determination graphically.
To administration, do you think we can do that though before this is approved? Because I feel like that, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I think that that's kind of determined by whether or not we end up approving this. So I think we get all of this information first.
Right.
And then I think that comes up.
I understood that there is currently a development or building permit on the books right now for approval. Is that it?
Through Chandiak?
So the chair, to consideration, both of these items, outline plan and the development permit, are connected, but there's nothing finalized for the development permit. So even if you see a conceptual idea of how the change in setback is going to impact the building lines, if it's a DC zoning, you might not end up approving the same proposal. You might end up approving a different proposal. So you might see something in conceptual terms, so to say, at this point, with the contemplation that the setback is going to be 15 meters or 30 meters or 25 meters or something like that. We can bring that back to council, but again, it's not a guarantee that you'll end up approving the same thing. It'll be more contingent at the stage of development permit for when you actually see the proposal.
A comment was made that there is a plan before the city with a 20-meter setback to the building for this corner development. Is that true?
Jeevan?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler. So the 20 meters is just based purely on setback minimums. So if there was 10 meters for the linear path and then like a 6 meter or 8 meter setback that's required, that's where the 20 is coming from. I'm not the file manager for the development permit, so that could be 25, 26. I'm not certain on the exact distance at this time.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Reddy?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think I want to dig into this a little bit and just look for clarity. I think my observation of this is, I think what Councillor Schindler you're asking is, I haven't seen any rationale of why. Why are we going from 30 to 15 meters? And that's what you're asking for, right? Is why is that change needed? So is there, the building that they're planning to build doesn't fit with the 30-meter setback, that kind of thing. I don't know how you word that in there, but that's what you're asking, right? Is why does it need to be 15 instead of 30?
Well, why don't we just add that? So the fourth, fifth, I don't know what bullet point we're on, rationale for the change in setback. Good? Okay. Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, I think in general, that's what we're looking to expect. Thank you, Mayor Dean. And from the way it was presented, it's like, well, branch line's allowed to be 15 and main line's actually 30. Let's not deny that if this does have an effect on the residents, if there's a major difference between sound, I would say we need to look at that as well. If there isn't, not just the potential that this may be a problem for the owner of that rail line, but also, is there a major impact of 15 versus 30 for our residents? Both.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then, to that, would you want to see added rationale for change in setback and impact on residents living in that area?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Whew. It's a good first day back. All right. Everybody good? Does everybody want to add anything else for administration for what they're bringing back? Okay, thank you, sorry. And so then, we do need one more sentence. So outside of the bullet points, should the end of this sentence still say and bring back to a future meeting of council? Thank you. Mr. Chandiak, going back to you now, seeing this list, is there a time frame that you think we could add, like say, all I mean by that is say by end of March 2026, for example, or should we just leave it open, Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, I'd leave it open because some of this information will have to also work with the applicant, and we will also have to work with maybe City of Calgary or CN Railways to sort of get more clarity on, and we don't necessarily control those timelines. So
that's fair.
I'd leave it open.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe Councillor Sambo made the motion and then we amended it some. So can I have Councillor Sambo restate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Worzanowski.
Sorry, I may have missed this. Did we date stamp this?
We're not date
All
stamp.
right,
That was
okay,
the question.
yeah,
that was
that's
just
right. I thought I did miss it. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
I can do that, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to bring back additional information regarding the South Shore Outline Plan, including relevant legislative requirements associated with rail lines and associated risks, how the change in setback affects the future use of the line by CN Rail, relevant information as it relates to the sound barrier in the original development agreement with the City of Chestermere, how neighboring municipalities handle setbacks with regard to freight rail lines within their boundaries, and rationale for the change in setback and impact on residents living in that area, and bring back to a future meeting of council.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on and tackle one more here before taking another break, and that would be, so now item 7.2, no, sorry. Yeah, 7.1.2, which is the boarding rooms land use bylaw, which is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Dean, and Council. My name is Josh David, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I'd like to acknowledge that all of my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to Mayor and all members of Council. I'm here to present the parking regulations for the boarding house use in the land use bylaw. Administration is recommending the following motions for Council's consideration today. That Council give first reading to Bylaw 002-26, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for Bylaw 002-26 for January 27th, 2026 at 10:30 a.m. So just for a little background, on July 29th, 2025, the Governance and Priorities Committee directed administration to present options for amending the land use bylaw to address density concerns related to secondary suites and shared accommodations. Administration returned to Council on September 23rd and December 9th, 2025, outlining 6 options. Bylaw 040-25, which included these amendments, received first reading on December 9th, 2025. One of the proposed amendments in that bylaw was the introduction of a new use, boarding house, along with the specific land use districts where it would be permitted. Administration is now proposing additional regulations to better regulate this use if approved on January 27th. The boarding house use has no dedicated parking standards. The proposed amendment, if approved, would require owners to provide 1 parking stall per bedroom, a requirement considered feasible because the use is only proposed in low-density residential districts where lots can accommodate additional on-site parking. Introducing specific parking requirements will strengthen administration's ability to regulate boarding houses and ensure adequate on-site parking. This will help reduce on-street parking pressures and better manage density associated with shared accommodations. The number of bedrooms permitted will directly depend on the number of parking stalls available on the lot, supporting compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods and maintaining livability standards. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time and attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The only question I had is we already have a number of public hearings, one in particular that council's and administration's receiving a number of pieces of feedback on. So I'm just wondering about the feasibility of adding another public hearing to that date and why we're doing that.
Yeah. So to the Mayor, the idea is that this is in direct relation to the secondary suites bylaw 040-25. So this would only go forward should council approve the specific boarding house use included in that report. So that's why we're scheduling it for the same day. So this public hearing would only happen should council approve that use on January 27th. So it is possible to have it at a later date. But the idea is, since this is in relation to that report, it's only going forward should that other be approved.
Mr. Chandiak?
The chair chair, just to provide clarity, I think what Mr. David is trying to say is council can choose to only consider this should the boarding house land use amendment that's already in front of council for debate on 27th. If council chooses to approve that, then this would be a supplementary debate following that. Because this is first reading, at the stage of public hearing, you will have to hear public concerns. You can open public hearing, but council can choose to turn it down if that the other land use amendment that was previously proposed does not go through.
Sorry. We're on the same page there.
Right.
I'm just wondering why we're scheduling it for January 27th when we already have 2 other public hearings on that date.
Through the chair, because it's directly related to the same use. If council ends up approving the use boarding house, then we have a use boarding house in the land use bylaw, but we do not have any parking regulations associated with it. So we will have to approve boarding houses without contemplating any parking. This is more so to ensure that if that use goes forward, then we have associated parking regulations with it in the land use bylaw.
Totally makes sense. Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think my one point of clarity is if we schedule the public hearing, we have to go forward with the public hearing on that date. You can't cancel it with less than 24 hours notice. So even if council for some reason in the previous presentation decided not to approve the boarding house, you'll still have to do the public hearing. So I guess that's a question of should they be the same date or should we bump the public hearing for this one to the next meeting?
Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, if council ends up not approving the actual use boarding house, then you can still hold the public hearing, and there might be an opportunity for you to not go ahead with second reading if the use does not exist. This is going to be presented after. We'll schedule the agenda in a way where this public hearing happens after the original bylaw. And in case if the original bylaw does not go through, you can still have this public hearing and choose to turn it down at this stage of second hearing.
Thank you. I don't have it in front of me. I'm going to go to Ledge Services. Which one's booked first for the 27th for public hearings? Is the secondary suites booked first on the 27th at 9? Or so which one's at 9? Sorry, which one's first and which one's second on the 27th? Ledge Services.
So secondary suite is scheduled at 9:30. So this would be at 10:30, and then we have the mural at 1 p.m.
At 1 p.m. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, then that makes sense then. Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions from council with regards to this? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to anyone on administration who wants to answer this. I just have a question about enforceability if this does go through with first reading. So if I have a house and I invite 3 roommates to live with me, would the wording proposed in this bylaw require someone to get a permit for that? Require.
Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, not through this bylaw, but if the other bylaw was to get approved, then, and if you have more than 3 people living in a house that are not directly related and there is some money exchange happening as per the definition of boarding house, then the house is technically considered as a boarding house, in which case we have the ability to enforce by way of warning letters, stop orders, and by requiring you to obtain a development permit for a boarding house.
Okay.
You may or may not qualify for it based on the parking regulations, and that's how we regulate development.
Okay, so what I'm going to suggest is that because this is a first reading, right, I would, and administration's looking basically to add a supplementary to something we've already been moving forward on. I would recommend we go with first reading. The rationale now is my only concern was about booking another public hearing on the 27th. But this totally makes sense as to why we're doing it back to back, and so I appreciate that clarity. The other piece of clarity is, council may remember, part of the reason why we were trying to schedule all the public hearings the way that we were was we thought we were going to be having a guest coming on the 27th. Well, that guest is coming in 15 minutes. So we've actually gained time for ourselves on that meeting from the 27th. And so I would recommend that we proceed with first reading, proceed with doing approving the public hearing, which would then give us that opportunity on the 27th to ask all of these questions similar to additional questions that Councillor Sample was just bringing forward. So, can I have a councillor make the motion for first reading, please? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that council give first reading to Bylaw 002-26, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the scheduling of the public hearing? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the schedule of the public hearing for bylaw number 002-26 for January 27th, 2026 at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I was looking to take a break before our guest came. I'm hoping to still do that. Chief Zebedee, do you have an idea on how long your presentation might be? Make it 5. We got a deal. Chief Zebedee, we're going to move on to the next one. I just want to be respectful also of our fire chief's time because I think our guest would. So we're going to go with Chief Zebedee and presenting here on the fire and emergency management.
Cody Zebedee, Fire Chief and Dem for the City of Chestermere. So before you, we put together an RFD in regards to the future direction of emergency management for the City of Chestermere. So a little bit of background on this. Prior to 2023, the City of Chestermere had its own emergency management agency, if you would, that handled all emergency management things internally with the City of Chestermere. In 2023, there was an agreement signed with the partnership of the Wheatland Regional Emergency Management Partnership, which is a number of individuals in the surrounding area, Strathmore, Wheatland County, Hazard, Standard, and Rosebud, and a few of those smaller communities. So the City of Chestermere in 2023 actually joined that partnership, and again was then created the partnership, and we were brought into it. Since then, at that point, they were brought in a regional emergency management coordinator, and those of you may know it was Sarah Coots at that time, who was then handling emergency management for the region, including the City of Chestermere. So Sarah has since left us in September, which also has given us an opportunity to look at what is the direction for the future of the City of Chestermere and our emergency management agency, and how would we like to proceed. There's some great things when it comes to regionalization. I would agree with that, working together, collaboration. But as we grow, some of these other communities have different interests than, say, the City of Chestermere would. Different risks, different hazards, different needs, those sorts of things. So we have to take a look at that and kind of make a decision what's right for the City of Chestermere. So a few things in that regard. With the City of Chestermere being part of the partnership, we currently have one regional plan, which has been cited as a bit of a challenge through legislation as having one plan for multiple municipalities. So each municipality, even as part of a partnership, we would still have to have our own emergency management plan specific to the City of Chestermere, own specific plans for hazard specifics, and our own specific hazard analysis, if you would, on the city's risks. So regardless with the partnership, not with the partnership, we all have to have our own things. The only advantage to the partnership is a bit of a cost sharing with that coordinator position and time sharing and things like that. So we've done a bit of a review. I've put a business case together, which is before you, that kind of highlights some of the advantages and disadvantages of remaining with the partnership, or leaving the partnership and going on our own direction. Regardless of which way we do, we have to rebuild the MEP, we have to rebuild the plan and we have to redo our hazard vulnerability assessments, regardless of whatever direction it is. So after kind of reviewing the opportunities and things like that, one of them is that we could stay with the partnership, continue to work, fill a coordinator position with the partnership, and again, to continue on the path that we're going. The other one we could look at our current state and exit the partnership, develop our own agency, develop our own committees, and move the direction of emergency management forward. The advantage of our own, I think, is wholeheartedly, from my perspective, is if we have our own emergency management agency, these are items that are being brought forward specifically to the city of Chestermere and not other communities that aren't maybe as affected as we are. So, prime example, that agency is going to look after the interests of the city of Chestermere and the city of Chestermere alone, as opposed to the region, which may have different interests and different things like that they may want to look at. The other one is we could stay with the partnership and we employ our own coordinator, but still remaining with the partnership. I'm not sure there's a lot of value there or a lot of benefit there. So some of the pieces are weigh pros and cons with both of them. My recommendation going forward is for the city to move forward with our own emergency management partnership or our own emergency management agency that looks after the city of Chestermere and start to build this out. As we grow, the risks are only beginning to become more to us. The reliance on emergency management is beginning to come more with changes in weather. All of those sorts of things also provide those risks back onto the city that we do have to mitigate. Things like water lines, all of those things does fall under emergency management. So that's my recommendation, is that we look at going on our own. There's a couple of options when we look at a coordinator position. And that would be to then have our own strictly emergency management coordinator, that is their entitled role, is to do emergency management for the city of Chestermere. The other option that we've also looked at is a bit of a cost sharing, if you would, in between departments. So looking at it through a lens of some time being spent on emergency management, another portion of that individual's time being spent on health and safety. So helping Rob in the health and safety department with some of the administrative functions. Again, a lot of that stuff does tie together with hazards and risks and things. And then the other side to that too is that there has been one of the communities that is part of the partnership that is looking to maybe retain a day a week of that individual's time. So we would be able to receive some funding back from that community through agreements and things like that. So those are kind of a couple of the options that we spun with the coordinator and moving that forward. I think it's going to be needed that we do have a coordinator, because it is a big job in trying to organize training, the MEMP, all the plans, all of the other things that we need to do, the regional partnership things, even mutual aid agreements. So one key takeaway with this whole thing, if we decide to go on our own, would be to establish mutual aid agreements with those partners. Again, still being a regional partner in this, but I think it allows us to also expand our horizons to right now, Rocky View, do we have a good agreement with them for emergency management? And so I think this opens up those doors to bring in some more mutual aid partners, and again, still maintain those relationships and those partnerships with those other communities. Maybe build a regional IMT, which is an incident management team, with folks from those individual municipalities that can then help to bolster our emergency management response, if you would. In the event of something that lasts a couple days, we may not have the capacity as a city to continue to go for 4 or 5 days straight. But again, through mutual aid and regional partnerships and a regional IMT, that would allow us to expand. And there is also a partnership or a agreement with the province where we can call a regional IMT from all over basically southern Alberta and feed in people to support us as well. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of where emergency management sits. There's a lot of work to be done. I've started on a bylaw, which we will have to change. Our current bylaw, even if we stay with the partnership, does have to be revised. So it isn't like it's going to be a whole bunch of more work leaving. We're at that stage of where there's still all this work that needs to be done, whether we stay with the partnership or leave the partnership. So it's our opportunity. Is this the right time or not? So any questions from council?
I just want to add some commentary to this.
Sure.
So Councillor Randhawa and I attended the last regional meeting, and at that time we had kind of expressed, the chief expressed similar concerns to the regional partnership with regards to this, and there was actually, I would say, a lot of support where the regional partnership said, yeah, this makes sense for Chestermere to kind of go on its own, given our growth, given what's happening. I also, I think it's appropriate to comment on the fact that our fire department over and over and over again have demonstrated that we are good regional partners. If you look at what happened in Conrich, and then Chief taking the initiative to establish a further partnership with Rocky View, even for the short term, to see how that can work out. When the Jasper fire happens, we sent a crew up to Jasper to help with the Jasper situation. So I think we've demonstrated that we will continue to be a good regional partner, and this, like I said, the commentary that I certainly wanted to add was we spoke about this briefly with the regional partners in the area, and they understood that this makes a lot of sense for Chestermere to go in this direction, but also understood the fact that we still want to be a good regional partner. It'll just look a little bit different. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. If I may add to that, through Mr. Edney, to you, Chief Zebedee, good presentation. I don't really have any questions, which is a surprise because I tend to have more than one. You've answered all my questions. I like the idea of shared. I like the idea of continuing to collaborate with our regional partners. And to Mayor Dean's point, the feeling is mutual, I'm sure, with our regional partners, because we have seen Rocky View County Fire in our town, in our city, helping us with fire calls. So I'm glad to see that there's that collaboration between our neighbors. Thank you.
So with that, can I have a councillor make following motion to direct the first motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council direct administration to provide formal notice of withdrawal from the Wheatland Regional Emergency Management Partnership in accordance with the terms of the partnership agreement.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council?
If I may, in my report last year, I was the representative for Chestermere for these meetings in 2025, and I did suggest that we should stay in this partnership. That statement was in a vacuum, and unaware of the ability for us to, or that we had this ability to withdraw. So I'm in full support of this.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And I believe the chief is looking for a second motion so that he has more work to do. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council direct administration to establish a City of Chestermere-led municipal emergency management agency and emergency management program, including the development of a municipal emergency management plan, a hazard risk vulnerability assessment, hazard-specific plans, and the formation of a municipal emergency advisory committee as required under provincial legislation.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? The one question I have, would you see a member or members of council sitting on the Municipal Emergency Advisory Committee?
Absolutely, through the chair. That would be certainly my recommendation, is that we have at least 2, if not 3 councillors. And as we spin this thing up, I think we can look at, I think it's going to be really important that we sit down and actually understand what that committee is going to be doing, so that you as council can make an informed decision of what that committee should be comprised of. When I rebuild the bylaw, that will be a key component of what makes that committee up. But I think at this point, it's too early for us all to make a decision until I believe you guys have the facts of what that committee needs to do. And you guys can then make a decision. Is it 2 councillors? Is it a mayor and a councillor? Is it 3? I think that's going to be the important piece there.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now take a quick break and we will come back at 11:10. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, again, everyone. Just coming back here from our break, and we have a special guest who is joining us here this morning. Our local MLA, Chantal de Jonge, is joining us this morning with some words from herself, the province, and presentation here for council. So, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and the thousands of people that are watching online, live. Same with our session. Tons of people watch live, right? Well, thanks for making time on your busy agenda for me. We've never really done this in a formal way where I've had a chance to come in front of council and kind of review what the last year has been about, what we've been able to accomplish, but also a good chance to look forward to the next year and an opportunity for me to learn what your priorities are, what you're focused on in the next year, and how I can best support you in that work, and ensure that we're on the same page in terms of our advocacy efforts, and so we can do that effectively. And just a chance for me to provide some feedback, what the province is working on, and how that affects our community here at home. So I really appreciate that. I guess this is also my first time to formally, I guess, wish you a very happy new year and congratulate you on your election. While that was months ago, we haven't had a chance to meet formally in this sort of format. So my sincere congratulations to you all. I'm excited to work together with you over the next 2 and then extra years. So I guess I'll start with sort of an update on 2025. Some of this is review, you might know that already, but I just wanted to provide some extra details. And just because there's so many needs in the community, we're growing so quickly. I always argue with my colleagues in Airdrie, who's growing faster. And I think at one point we pulled the titles and calculated a growth rate, and we're faster. So that certainly sets us apart in municipalities in the province. So a lot of strain on our infrastructure and a lot of additional need for Chestermereans when it comes to infrastructure, healthcare, schools. So that's been really my focus is the growth pressure, the growth constraints. How do we catch up with the growth that we've seen, and how do we set Chestermere up for success in the future? Because I'm not sure the growth is going to be slowing down. So how do we set our community up for success? So I wanted to start with seniors and the care we provide to seniors. You probably have seen the very quick progress on the aged care in Dawson facility. That's ready to open this year, and that's adding 111 long-term care spaces and 96 supportive living spaces to our community. So huge support for seniors in this region, and of course opening this year. Aged care is a well-established long-term care provider in the province, come with great experience. We do have another aged care facility in Strathmore, and so it'll be great that there'll be another option for seniors in the Chestermere region. Keeping on this topic with healthcare, last summer I invited 2 parliamentary secretaries for health into the community, and we invited all the physicians from Chestermere to be a part of that, to provide their feedback, because it's important that healthcare providers in small communities are able to have a direct link to government, to their healthcare representatives, so their perspectives are recognized in the decision-making process, because we do have unique challenges in small communities. And a big part of what the provincial healthcare strategy has been focused on in terms of healthcare professional recruitment in the last couple of years has been, how do we attract healthcare professionals to these small communities, both rural and remote, but also places like Chestermere. And so our healthcare team is growing. Access to primary care has increased. And so last year, Chestermere has welcomed 3 new doctors in our community that are practicing, and 2 more are going to be arriving early this year. So that's fantastic news for our growing Chestermere community. And beyond primary care, Chestermere is included in the $3 million system planning process that wraps in Airdrie as part of the Calgary region. So that was a $3 million system planning that was started in 2023. And you'll be pleased to know that the future East Calgary Urgent Care Centre, which is one of 8 that we are building, will provide a lot of capacity to Chestermere residents because it will be double in size compared to the other 7 urgent care centers that we are building across the province. And so part of that design was to take into account the residential growth in our corridor between Calgary and Chestermere. And so that'll be in East Calgary. And I also wanted to just update you that Minister Jones, for the first time ever, is working on a 50-year capital plan on healthcare, and I'll be very engaged in that process to make sure that the needs of Chestermere as a quickly growing residential region are represented in that 50-year capital plan. So I just wanted to update you on healthcare. I'm also happy to pause at any point if you have questions about anything I'm talking about instead of waiting till the end. So it's up to you, whatever your preference is. Do you have any questions so far on anything I've mentioned?
Yeah, sure. Why don't we take you up on that opportunity to possibly go topic by topic? I guess the question I would have, because I can probably hear residents, the thousands that are watching live that you mentioned, I can probably hear them saying now, while it's great that East Calgary is getting this urgent care, you've mentioned several times the growth that Chestermere is experiencing. We are very well aware of that. Has Chestermere been considered to be the location for an urgent care inside of Chestermere, so that we are not going to so that we don't have to go to other municipalities to access? So I guess where in East Calgary is it going, and was Chestermere considered to be the location for the urgent care center?
Yeah, for this one, because it is double in size, Chestermere wasn't considered for urgent care center of that size. And so we do see smaller urgent care centers as an option too. For this package of 7, the Alberta Health Organization decided that, and while I don't have a specific location yet for East Calgary, that if we could double it in size, it would provide capacity for this area as a region, instead of just servicing the 30,000 people in Chestermere, having a much smaller center that sometimes is not able to provide the types of services that you would in a larger center. And so I assume that part of the decision-making process was to weigh those trade-offs. Okay. And they decided to go with a larger center that could provide greater services, just more options in terms of services than, say, a much smaller urgent care center. So of the 8 that were announced in the last year, obviously Chestermere wasn't on the list, but there will be capacity in East Calgary. But certainly for the next round of urgent care centers, with the growth that we're seeing there, I'm sure they will consider Chestermere. And I'll certainly be advocating for our community as well that Chestermere be on that list. I don't have any new updates on when that might be, just seeing as 8 were just announced last year. But I'll certainly keep council updated when I receive more information on that planning process. And I think that'll also be represented in the 50-year capital planning process, because this is the first time that's ever been done. I'm not able to provide you a timeline on when Minister Jones might make announcements on the 50-year capital plan, but I'll certainly be the bug in his ear about Chestermere through that process, as I have been. So I hope that answers your
absolutely.
question.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to our presenter, Mr. Jonge. I don't want to belabor that point. I would just want to make one point of things don't always need to be in Calgary to serve the region. Mm-hmm. Things can be in Chestermere to serve the region too. And it could even serve Calgary, since we are so close. Yeah. So I would just like the province to kind of take that into account, that things outside of Calgary can still serve Calgary, just vice versa.
I totally agree, and you don't need to sell me on that.
For sure.
I absolutely agree with you, and that's the very point I've made to my executive colleagues. So fantastic. I'm glad we're on the same page on that. I had the opportunity to meet with the developers in Chestermere, and I know that some of them have reserved space for future centers, whether that is something like an urgent care center or just a health hub. and whether that is something that's provincially owned and operated or something similar to what was proposed in Airdrie, that it's a private proponent that has a contract with AHS. So I believe that there's a couple developers that have specifically made space for those types of facilities in their, I guess, commercial zones. So they've made space for that. Yeah.
Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you so much for the presentation today. We're so happy to have you here. Since you brought this one up, we wouldn't be doing our due diligence if we didn't ask for more information on that. If the site hasn't been selected, it sounds like that is pretty far down the line. Is there any conversation left around that? And I wonder also, are there any reports or anything that we could read? One of the things that I would be curious about, for example, is if there's a double size, double capacity urgent care in Calgary, what would the difference in, for example, ambulance response times to that space be relative to if we had something in Chestermere? Because if this is meant to serve this region, we do represent the outer boundary of Chestermere, and so ambulances, emergency services could access it quicker. So again, just doing due diligence and asking whether that's been considered, and if there's any future advocacy we could do around that.
Thank you. The decision has been made that it's going to be in East Calgary, so there's not anything I could do to change that decision. For future urgent care sites, absolutely. That's a very great point, and I'll make that point to my colleagues. Of course, they don't make the decision themselves either, right? It would be a needs assessment that Alberta Health, in conjunction with the different health organizations, they would do that needs assessment and then they decide where to site it. It's not a political decision that cabinet gets to make either. So that's how that planning process works, is it's with the health organization. I will get you the details on exactly where it's going to be sited, and I can follow up to the council in writing and provide you that information if that's helpful.
Absolutely. I think along with that, council would love to hear if there's anything that we can do to help support that. So one of the things that we have done is within our municipal development plan, recently approved September 2025, we put in there specifically that council will continue to advocate for urgent care and or hospitals and or doctors and or nurses. That language we put specifically into our municipal development plan because this is such a need. So if there's anything that we can do to assist with that needs assessment, I believe that we'd be more than happy, whether it's motions from council through to administration. I'm sure we'd be more than happy to assist with outlining the needs for urgent care in Chestermere.
That would be excellent. And my first suggestion would be to have a collaborative advocacy effort to Minister Jones on his 50-year capital plan, that Chestermere be high on that list because the growth rate we're seeing here and in this corridor is just not like we're seeing anywhere else in the province. So I think if you can share some of your census data in a letter to the minister, that would be very helpful to highlight with the facts that this is a community and an area of great need because of the residential growth.
Great.
I think we can work together on making that point.
Yeah, thank you. And I think going back to what Councillor Grant was saying, I think one of the things that I love the fact you said Chestermere region, because that's something we're proud that we're the city of Chestermere, and we're proud of that fact. And so along with that, I do want to highlight Councillor Grant's comment of we're developing we had a great relationship with previous City of Calgary Council. We're developing a great relationship currently with City of Calgary. Mayor Farkas and I have already had a number of positive conversations with regards to regional planning. And so absolutely would love to continue to advocate together, Calgary and Chestermere, to the province and see some things come to Chestermere so that maybe people come this way. So absolutely want to highlight that point that Councillor Grant was making.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good place to move on because I see we're drifting into the
Totally.
greater development and infrastructure conversation. And
Totally.
there'll be lots on that. So maybe I'll just, unless there's
I
other
think we're good.
questions, let's forge ahead, and we'll definitely be circling around to collaborative efforts on infrastructure.
I think we've all made it clear that urgent care is important for Chestermere.
Yes, it's noted. Yes, absolutely. And I know if you talk to Minister Jones, that he'll be able to tell you that this has been a conversation that has come up many times. All right, so I just wanted to chat a bit about the type of supports that the province provides to the community through municipal grants and FCSS and REC funding. So there's a bunch of different grant buckets that we provide support to nonprofits to, as well as to the city. And so in the last fiscal, we provided $15 million through municipal grants for things that you guys have identified as priorities to the community, whether that's road upgrades, playgrounds, IT equipment, crosswalks, things like that. And over $8.5 million specifically for emergency services, such as the new fire hall aerial truck response vehicles, equipment, and training. That has been provided through different grant streams from the GOA. As well, the City of Chestermere received $1.4 million to strengthen its FCSS program. And I know they do just such amazing work supporting youth families, seniors, and fostering community connections in a quickly growing community, very dynamic community. So the work that they do is really essential. And I know recreation is going to be a big topic of discussion today. And so I'm going to make some points here just because I'm talking about municipal grants, but I want to circle back to this at the end. So maybe we'll just put a pin in questions on recreation till the end, because I'm going to circle back with some more specific details about what we can do going forward. But just looking back to the past year, we have given a grant under the CFIP program to the Chestermere Rec Centre, just under $223,000 for arena upgrades. And I know that will go very long way with the making sure that the rinks are up to date in a facility that is aging. And we've also given support for the local Ag Society that works out of that space as well. The Rocky View and Chestermere Ag Society received $43,000 in agricultural grants. And I'm proud to say that in my term as MLA, our Ag Society received their first GOA grant ever. So that was a fantastic first step. And all of the amazing nonprofits in our community that we could not do without. And I'm such a big believer in civil society and the important role that they play bridging communities and government. I think that's a very important space. And so I'm a big supporter of civil society and our nonprofits. And in the last fiscal, our local nonprofits received over $270,000 through our community initiatives program. And that was for a variety of different programs. And I won't list them all, but maybe I'll just flag a couple of really important ones. The food bank is doing a feasibility study, and we provided them over $21,000 to do that work to enhance food security in the region. There was also additional upgrades that were provided to the Chestermere Rec Centre through the CRCA. That was $75,000 in addition to the latest grant that they received for the Rec Centre. The Women's Crisis Society here in town received a $75,000 grant for operating costs, and I believe they were able to hire on an executive director with that funding. As well, that very first grant that our Ag Society received, in addition to specific agriculture grants, received around just under $54,000 to purchase a tractor and a storage unit for the organization, and Synergy Youth received over $30,000 for equipment and a vehicle purchase. So these are just some of the highlights from the we call it the SIP funding. I'm sure you're familiar with that program. These are some of the funding that's gone to our local nonprofits. So I'm going to move on to transportation next, unless there's any burning questions on that?
Nope, we're good. Awesome.
Okay,
Thank you.
awesome. So transportation is
Sorry. We should comment. Thank you. And I guess the comment on that would be thank you for the continued support. One of the things that I certainly appreciate about the work that you do, I was going to reserve this comment for the end, but I'll say it now and probably say it again, is the advocacy, that work that we know that you do for us. We do know that you're a bug in the ear, so to speak, and we do appreciate that. And this is somewhere we see it come through. In a previous life, I've been involved in some of this grant work, and it's been great to see that come into the community. It has been a help for our community, and the diversity of what's being funded is also appreciated. It's not just going to one area; it's going to several different areas, and it is. I do think that yourself as our MLA have a really strong grasp of what is happening within our not-for-profit sector. I appreciate the way that you reach out to our sector and connect with them, and I think that has helped. And something I would like to commit back to you and to the province is we've demonstrated this over the last little while. We're going to do a better job in thanking the ministers associated with those grants. And so that's something that we've started to do. We want to find ways to further do that. But you've seen the letters. We make sure that you're CC'd on all those letters. And so that's something that we want to do a better job of on our side. And so I guess an ask would be, sometimes we as municipal government don't necessarily hear about these. This is why this is a great opportunity. And so as some of these things are awarded, we would love to hear about it, so that we have opportunity to, on behalf of council, I would have opportunity then to thank the associated minister with that, whether that be in person at the events that we see them at, but certainly in writing and CCing your office. So we would just like to continue to have that communication open and saying thank you for that support that's being received. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would, on behalf of the rec community and specifically ice users, that ice plant grant will go a long way. The old one was about 30 years old, and it was not operating well. And I think we all know that ice plants can become a dangerous situation as they age. So this is giving a lot of peace of mind to the operators there in the community that we're not going to have an issue. It'll also help with energy costs and the reliability of making sure that we can continue to provide recreational opportunities to the community, or at least we can help CRCA do that. So I appreciate the province doing their part too, and it goes a long way, and your support means a lot on that. So I appreciate all the advocacy.
Yeah, thanks for saying so. I appreciate that. And Minister Boychenko received your letter of thanks, and it meant a great deal to him.
Awesome.
So great initiative. Thank you. So on transportation, our favorite topic of conversation, and something that consumes a lot of my time because there's just so much congestion. It was kind of funny this morning. I went to McDougall for a meeting with Minister Williams, and I was stuck in traffic on 17th Ave and was making sure that when I got there that he knew that it was congestion on 17th Ave that kept me from that meeting on time.
Perfect.
Yeah. Not the fact that I didn't leave early enough. But broadly speaking, there's a lot of major transportation upgrades that are coming to our constituency. So on Highway 1 between Chestermere and Calgary, there's, and I'll include the high school in that as well, there's engineering for 2 interchanges that are taking place right now as we speak. One at Conrich and Garden Road, which you might know already, will be placed directly in the middle of where those 2 roads are. So once the interchange is built, both Conrich and Garden intersections onto Highway 1 will close, turn into arterial roads going into the 4-leaf clover interchange that will be built there. And just like a bit more of a detailed update there is Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors went to Treasury Board in this last process for the ask for land acquisition, which is quite substantive. Each one of these interchanges in total costs about $150 million. So one of them is no small feat for a constituency. And so that's where that one's at. I don't know what Treasury Board decides until I see the budget in front of me end of February. And so that's where we're at with that specific one. And then, of course, at Highway 791 by the Chestermere High School, that interchange is also under engineering right now. And, it's a bit further behind than the Conrich Garden, just because that one has been designated as a priority. But the Chestermere High School interchange is also very high on that list. Moving on to Glenmore Trail, there's going to be a couple much needed intersection upgrades that are going to be happening. You may have seen that the province moved the 100 zone down to an 80 zone from Calgary to past the turnoff at Rainbow Road, just because the number of collisions that have been happening there, it wasn't safe. And this is an interim measure. This is going to be in place until the full intersection upgrades are complete and they are able to sort of redesign the speed zone along that road. Of course, you don't go 100 if it was to a stoplight right at the stoplight. So, that speed zone will change once they have made a final decision on what's being done. The two intersections are at Rainbow Road, of course, that's the 283, as well as at 284. And that's really to accommodate a lot of the future industrial traffic that's going to be happening in that region with the PEG build out. And so they're deciding between either traffic signals or roundabouts. The traffic engineers haven't made a decision on which of the two they're going to use. And I've always passed along the feedback I've heard from the community on which they prefer between those two options. But at the end of the day, the engineers will do a traffic impact assessment to determine which of these makes the most sense for both of those intersections. And so if it is traffic signals, it'll very likely look like what they did at 100th Street, where they ran long east-west times, and that really relieved the congestion that they were seeing at that intersection also along Glenmore as you go into Calgary. That seemed to solve the problem there. So that if they do move in the direction of traffic signals is what it would likely look like. So not going to majorly slow down time for commuters that are moving east-west on Glenmore. And this construction is going to begin this year. So that's really important. So that is what's happening there.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to MLA Jonge. Again, thanks for being here in the presentations and the updates. With the upgrade of the intersections, will that also include lights in the corridor? Because I think one of the reasons for a lot of the motor vehicle accidents is it's very dark.
As far as I know, street lights aren't part of a specific intersection engineering plan, but there's no reason why it can't be considered. Please. And I will definitely connect with my Alberta Tech colleagues as well as with Fortis, who runs the lights along Glenmore, to make that suggestion. Because I also know that right at the intersection, there's been some nights that I've driven there where they're not working, and I've raised this issue with Fortis in the past to go and take a look at that when I've noticed that's the case and when it's been flagged with me. But to move beyond the specific intersection and put up streetlights along Glenmore, that's a great suggestion. Yeah. So I'll definitely share that.
Please and thank you.
Yeah. And maybe I'll also just note, because I mentioned it in an anecdote, 17th Ave, I actually have a question for you guys about that, but I'll share from my side. I've met with Minister Williams multiple times about this because it's a municipal road. I've asked him to lend his advocacy efforts to the city of Calgary to ensure that's something on their radar, as well as with Minister Dreesen in Transportation and Minister Horner in Finance. I've raised this exact issue about this corridor being so important, and I do have a meeting coming up with the city of Calgary to talk about 17th Ave as well, so I can advocate directly to them on their portion of 17th Ave. But if it is possible, I don't know if this is proper for formatting, but can I ask council a question?
Of course.
So my question is, what's the update on 17th Ave? What has been happening with the Chestermere side? And how have your conversations been going with Calgary? Is there any update that they've provided to you recently on where their focus is at on that?
So we were kind of eye-talking there for a minute between myself and the CAO. So I think we've pseudo-agreed that I'll take the first swing and then turn it back over to the CAO. So the conversations have been quite positive with the City of Calgary. They were positive going into the election, and they have been, they've continued to be positive. I mentioned a moment ago that I've had a chance to meet with Mayor Farkas, and obviously 17th Avenue, Chestermere Boulevard came up. We recognize that it is a priority. We've approved the work to start on our portion in our 2026 capital budget. So our portion will start at that point. And administration's been having a lot of positive conversations. So that's where I'll turn it over to Mr. Edney as to how the conversations are going with City of Calgary administration. So Mr. Edney.
All right, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, administratively, we've been meeting with the City of Calgary quite frequently over the last few months. And one of the angles, I guess, is there's one main developer on the Calgary side along the 17th Avenue corridor. So we've been working actively with their administration and that developer to hopefully advance construction on their side, on the south side of what currently is 17th Avenue. Same as what we're going to be constructing at this point. There are a couple spots where the City of Calgary has to get involved as far as getting rights of way and that on parcels of land that aren't necessarily held by a developer who's planning to develop right away. The cemetery at 100th Street is a good example of somewhere that they're not going to develop. So the city is actively working on those two aspects. And the developer is working with the other developers in the area to look at a front-end sort of financing agreement to begin construction. Actually one of the most challenging spots of it is the boundary between the two municipalities and making sure that our portion of the road matches their portion of the road and it becomes one sort of nice continuous road. Is residents don't really care when they drive on the road which district it's in at that point. So I'm optimistic. I think we've made the most progress in the past sort of 4 or 5 months than we have in a long time. So again, your advocacy is appreciated, council's advocacy is appreciated, but their administration's working pretty cooperatively. And I'd hope to see something in the Calgary side, maybe in 27, but likely later 27, 28 to start moving. Mayor Dean would like to see that this year in conjunction with us, but I'm cognitive of the work that goes in up front to getting that moving forward.
Yeah, I think a tension point that we have recognized between us and Calgary, if you will, is that there was a time kind of Calgary was coming towards us faster than we were going towards them just in terms of development. That is certainly no longer true. We are going towards them way faster now than they're coming towards us. Whereas, for example, our development currently butts up right against the 284, which is the road that now separates us between us and Calgary. And so I think that there's a bit of a tension point that lies in that, right? If you look at what they've already developed, which is right just past East Hills, because that residential, then all of a sudden it triggered the start of that development kind of going up to the cemetery now. So I think that there's a tension point within that. I guess something that I would ask the province to continue to consider, and how, I guess it's a question I have, and I know that this is more administrative than elected officials work for sure, but how do we ensure that as these interchanges come online, recognizing the pressures that then puts on our own infrastructure as changes come? So you mentioned the closing of Conrich and Garden Road. When that happens, we know that there's some other possibilities of things changing along that corridor as those interchanges come in. So that creates a pressure on the municipality that the municipality essentially becomes responsible for. And so I guess it's how do we have that conversation holistically as we're doing those things. It's great that these things are coming, but as things are happening around us, how can we continue to collaboratively work with you to address those issues, those pressures that they can put on the municipality from some of those changes that are coming.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the closing of Conrich and Garden wouldn't happen until the interchange is complete. And, they wouldn't close on the 17th Ave side, just on the other side, when instead of coming into a two-way stop along 16th, they just become arterial roads onto the interchange. But that's a good point. And I'll definitely ensure that on the administration side at Alberta Transportation and I would assume this would be the case anyways as they get to the relevant points in their process, that they're connecting with the applicable municipalities. So,
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And a question for you through Mr. Edney to you, MLA de Jonge, is maybe you can shed some light on how funding is allocated to municipalities from the province, in the way that you have this big monster in the city of Calgary that has a lot of municipal funding for some of their infrastructure projects. And then you've named a number of examples, such as the Conrich overpass, which has a much smaller community compared to Chestermere. And yes, we do have an overpass of our own, but we also are closing in on 40,000 people. And then the one at Glenmore in 283, certainly that is a corridor that a lot of the residents use. So I'm glad to see that moving forward. And then you're proposing that, you asked the question about where things are at between the city of Calgary and the city of Chestermere along that corridor. Where can we advocate the province for saying, well, you're funding some of these other projects in these other municipalities. How do we get, some funding for some of the projects that are happening in our fast growing city, as the mayor suggests, as opposed to just relying on our neighbors to fund it exclusively? We know our neighbors are getting funded. Granted, their municipality may be different, but they are getting funding from the province for some of their major road projects as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
International Avenue even funded it from the federal level, but there's some funding there from the city, the province, and the feds.
Yeah. If we total the all the projects that are currently underway at some point in their construction, planning, engineering life cycle right now in our region, it totals over $750 million. That's no small number. And just to put it into context, the province is running a substantive deficit and will in the next budget as well. So, money is tight. That's a reality. Mm-hmm. If we look globally at what's happening right now, the way that global events affect our provincial budget is substantive. And this all has to come down to, Western Canadian Select, WTI, the spread, what's happening to our resource royalties. And that has really big impacts on the provincial budget. It did in the last year. And I had the opportunity to sit on the Productivity Review Cabinet Policy Committee, where we reviewed each minister's budget and see where can we find efficiencies here so we can stretch the dollar further. And that's a process that's ongoing. The next budget, I think will be a big eye-opener, because even what happened in Venezuela has a really big impact on the amount of dollars the province has to spend. Mm-hmm. And so I use all my effort to lean in on ministers and the funding that they provide to our specific constituency and this municipality, because I know it needs it. I see the growth here. I'm a resident here. I live it. I feel it. And I know, you said closing in on 40,000 residents. All those people feel it too. I know we need the support, and that's why I advocate as hard as I do. And I think we've seen great success with that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why I can look at the over $750 million of just transportation infrastructure projects underway in our constituency. That's, heavily on the west side of our constituency. And I'm actually proud of that. That's actually a lot of money that's going just towards transportation infrastructure. So I would love to see the province come in and partner with the City of Calgary and the City of Chestermere on 17th Ave. But I just wanted to provide that as context. This is the province's financial situation. And I think in spite of all of that, our constituency has fared very well. And so I continue my advocacy efforts. I hear what you're saying, and I share your priority. I want the focus to be here too, where the growth is, and in the community that I'm elected to represent. And that's been my number one focus since day one, since being elected. It'll continue to be. So you have my full commitment. This is a shared priority that I have with you. And that's why I had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Williams about it just this morning. And it wasn't the first time I had the opportunity to invite these ministers into the community last year. And I specifically made sure they would be stuck in rush hour traffic so they would get a sense of it. Because it's one thing if we talk about it and they receive a briefing note and I tell them, there's an incredible amount of congestion on these corridors. It's another thing for them to see it and feel it. And so they came in for our 5 o'clock meeting. They were stuck in that traffic. And yes, they were late. So it's something that they have now seen firsthand as something that's of great priority for our community. So I know they see it, and they take all their asks to Treasury Board too. Ministers don't get everything they ask for. Treasury Board has to make decisions for everyone's competing priorities and the entire provincial budget. So, they'll take their asks to Treasury, and that's really where the ultimate decision lies. So, Mayor asked a question earlier about how we can collaborate on advocacy efforts. Find members of Treasury Board at events like AB Munis and RMA. And I think something that's important to discuss with them is infrastructure deficits. A lot of the infrastructure in Alberta, especially small rural communities, which Chestermere was for a long time, was all built around a specific time where it's all sort of coming to end of life and in need of upgrades now. So, we are well aware of an infrastructure deficit across the province. And this is something that I think needs continued financial focus. And I can tell you that as a member of the Productivity Review Committee, I made this specific point when Minister Dreeshen came in front of the committee. And I said, we need to ensure we are funding infrastructure. And so just to ensure you that my advocacy efforts have been there. So thanks for the question.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So the next big one, of course, is education and schools. Of course, last year we announced the School Accelerator Program. And I remember, when it was announced and Premier did her live update to the province, and I was driving on the number 1 highway, and I remember exactly the point in time where she presented that to Albertans. And I won't lie, I got emotional because I know what a huge impact it's going to have on Chestermere. That $8.6 billion, that's a generational investment. Never in Alberta's history have we seen this level of investment in the school build out in the province. That's over 130 new and upgraded and modernized schools. So it's huge. So Chestermere is really benefiting from this. And we've got a lot of work underway. And I want to take this opportunity just to thank all of you for the work you've done to ensure that sites are ready for Alberta education, for the school divisions as well, facilitating those title transfers and making sure that everything is up to par for site readiness. We recognize the focus that you've placed on this, and on behalf of myself, but also the many community members I talk to, thank you so much for this focus on it. It's allowed those projects to advance into the next phase of the School Accelerator Program. So it's been a really collaborative effort, and I really appreciate it. So, of course, there's, a few different school divisions. So for Rocky View Public, the Chestermere Dawson K-9 is approved for full construction, and it's currently included in a P3 RFP, and that's full capacity, 109 students. And the construction completion date will only be finalized once the P3 proponent is hired. So I don't have a construction timeline for you yet, but know that it is out with the RFP. Then there's the Chelsea High School, the grades 10 through 12, which, as you likely know, is still in the planning phase, also for capacity of 109 students. That consultant contract is underway. It's expected to be awarded in February, so coming up pretty soon here in the new year. And I have been told that, yes, site investigation work is complete and is under review with Alberta Infrastructure. So thanks for all your work getting it to that stage, and that project will be considered for acceleration into the design phase once planning with the school division is complete. Then moving on to Calgary Catholic, which covers Chestermere as well. The new Chestermere Dawson K-9 school will be open in 2027. Expected completion date is May 2027. So that's fantastic news. It'll have capacity at 420 at opening with a final capacity of 610. And then there's also the Franco-Sud School Division that has a constitutional mandate to provide French education in Canada. They've received pre-planning funding approval for a new K-6 and 7 through 12 school complex in Chestermere. You may already know they have a 3-year lease agreement with the CRCA to access space at the Chestermere Rec Centre for a new school program, and they've also received a grant for leasehold improvements at the Rec Centre. And those leasehold improvements are expected to be completed by March of this year. All right, so maybe I'll just pause there on school build-outs if there's any questions about timeline for any of that.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself, through our administration to you, MLA De Jonge. No questions on the build-out. It's great news. We can see it with our eyes. I wouldn't be surprised if the Calgary Catholic was actually done ahead of time. You can see how quickly it's going up. My question rather is on the working capital side. I know it's up to the province to approve positions to staff those schools. Is there anything that the province can do other than providing funding for those positions, teachers and the like, and aides, to get those teachers hired when those schools are ready to open? I know that's probably, that's not complete, it may not be a provincial responsibility because the school boards will be doing that hiring. Is there anything that the province can do other than just approving the funding to get those teachers in place?
Yeah, so the way it works is that the province approves funds to the school board, and then the school division will divvy it up per school. So the way it works is they'll give, X amount of dollars to, Chestermere Lake Middle School, for example, and say you have, $4.3 million. I think it's around there. Here's your bucket. And the recommendation is that, say, 80% of that is spent on staffing. And then that happens at a local level. So there's nothing that, the province does that would have any involvement in the specific hiring process. Where, that would come into play maybe with the province is on how education is funding at an operational level. And of course, there's, very active conversation right now and a cabinet implementation committee that's working on recommendations from the task force report that was completed this summer on classroom complexity and classroom size. And, I'm very happy to say that on that task force, we had a number of representatives from Chestermere, both from the school trustee side, the teacher side, the EA side, that sat on that task force, so able to contribute directly into that report. And the recommendations are being rolled out this year. And so, I guess it's how does the province provide funding for, maybe it's a specific bucket. We do that where we say this is an envelope of funding for a school division to deal specifically with classroom complexity. And so, for example, we rolled something out late last year. And just for an example, what Rocky View decided to do, in part with that money, is to send teachers. I think it was it was either Calgary Catholic or Rocky View Public. They sent their teachers to a seminar so they could learn how to deal with really complex learning needs in the classroom. And so that's an example where the province designates a grant, a bucket of funding, but ultimately the school division will still decide how that's best spent. And so they have flexibility on that. And there also is, under a constant review, the way that operational dollars is allocated on a per student basis. So in the past, in Alberta, we had an exodus. We had 13 consecutive quarters of people leaving the province. And so our per student funding model was so that in communities, especially small and rural communities, and a distinction between those two, when you had people leaving the school division, that adversely impacted the way that school division was funded. And so we moved it, because of that exodus of people, to a weighted moving average over 3 years. And now that, of course, when people started coming back to Alberta and, people answered that call, came to Alberta, that, of course, adversely impacted quickly growing regions like ours. And so when I was first elected, that was one of the first conversations I had with Minister Nicolaides about the way that impacted a community like ours. He moved that 3-year weighted moving average to a 2-year weighted average, which has definitely helped. I would like to see it still move further, and that's been part of my advocacy to Minister Nicolaides about how schools receive their operational funding. And of course, that all has a direct impact on education property taxes, and that's important too for those listening at home. When we have this increased need in our schools, to ensure that schools and teachers are funded at higher levels to meet these increased complexity needs and increased classroom sizes, we need to ensure the budget is there. And I believe it's 33% of our operating budget for education comes from the education property tax. It's been a little low in previous years. That's hovered around 29%. I know the mayor and I have talked about this in the past. And so the province is moving that back up to where it's historically been at 33%. But, it's just for important context for provincial budgeting that, the call to fund schools will impact education property taxes. There's a clear link there. So I just want to provide that for context. But I think it's important. I think our schools here in Chestermere are feeling the strain. I've been in most of them. I've seen it. I've talked with the teachers and the principals and the parents, and this is an important priority to me. And so I've always communicated their lived experiences back to the minister and ensure that their frontline experiences are represented in policy. I think that's really important. And I know it really impacts our community and the quality of education we provide. So I'm very much on it, I guess.
Councillor Wojnowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a quick follow-up. What about funding from the province to prepare post-secondary students for education? So we have teachers ready to graduate when these schools are built in 4 years. The timing could be just right if we can have more seats sitting in our universities.
Thank you. When you first asked the question, in my head, I said, talk about post-secondary, and then by the time I got to the end of my remarks, I forgot, as often happens. So yes, we have been in very active conversations with our PSIs ever since the announcement of the School Accelerator program. And what they've told us is they have capacity in their programs to graduate enough teachers for those schools. Yeah.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my comments and questions through the chair. On the topic of future schools, this is the due diligence thing again. So it would be my assumption at this point that Chestermere would be lower priority across the province for additional new schools, because we've been fortunate to get a few schools very quickly. We had sites ready for that. And that's through the School Accelerator program. But I hope that we aren't lower priority as soon as these schools are built, they're going to be looking to add portables because they'll be full as soon as they open their doors, which you alluded to. And we're continuing to get school sites ready in Chestermere. So I was wondering if you had any insight about where Chestermere sits for additional funding for additional schools through the School Accelerator program, or if you could discuss that at all.
Great question. I recently received an update from Rocky View School Division on their, and Calgary Catholic, on their capital request list that they submit to the province end of every year. And yes, it is true that they, as a school division, look at other communities across the entire area, which, for Rocky View School Division, that's, you can sort of assume the area they cover, it's substantive growth in all regions in the Calgary metropolitan area. And Calgary Catholic covers a huge area, including, Ear Canna and, far down south. So they both make their requests based on where they assess the need is. It's not a decision that the province makes at all. So we receive, the wish list or the, capital funding request list from the school divisions, and we can't fund out of order. We fund according to the order that they provide us. And so, I'm very proud to say that our amazing local trustee, Shally Bazik, has become the president of the Alberta School Boards Association. So it's amazing to see her now in such a prominent advocacy position, and I know she'll do great work there. But that decision is not in my. I don't make those decisions. The province doesn't either. But I do meet with my trustees regularly to ensure that, they are hearing what I'm hearing in the community, and that we're, sharing our thoughts on this. On modulars, Rocky View School Division received approval for 2 new modulars, and the relocation of another at Rainbow Creek Elementary, and Calgary Catholic received approval for 2 modulars at Our Lady of Wisdom. And so that was the latest update I received from the school divisions. Yeah. Okay, I better watch where we are for time. Oops. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly fly through a couple other updates. Just as we're kind of butting up against our time window here. So I'm working actively with Invest Alberta about to attract investment to our constituency. And so after this meeting, I'm going to be sending admin an email if they could fill out, if they choose to, a couple of forms for Invest Alberta that they can use when they go out to market with their representatives to attract investment to Alberta. How do we, as a region and as a community, attract them here? And so they've got a community profile template that I'll send to you guys. And there's 2 different forms. One is to record a high-level investment attraction information, and the other document is to record very specific and focused investment-ready opportunities for businesses. So to take a look at those. If that's something that you're interested in filling out, send it back to me and I'll connect back with Invest Alberta to ensure that they have all the information about Chestermere when they go out internationally and attract businesses. And so, on that note, I just wanted to let you know that I did meet with Beacon AI to talk about their data center build-outs, not just in Chestermere, but they're working on 6 campuses across Alberta. And the mayor and at the time deputy mayor, we met in the past to talk about this and what is my role and what can I do to help advance this really important investment opportunity for Chestermere. And I wanted to share with you that as a proponent works through the ISO connection process, because the ISO is the Alberta Electric System Operator is an independent body from the legislative branch of, even the executive branch of government, They receive their mandate through the Act, but it is illegal and unethical for me to interfere in that process for any single proponent. So I cannot do that. As much as I would love to see, that advanced, approved, and come here to our community, I can't interfere with the ISO's process. There's just no means for me to do that, and it would be an ethics breach. So I met with Beacon AI and I asked, what they wanted from me and what they wanted me to focus on. And for them, their biggest priority and where I can help is with legislative certainty. And so in the fall session, we passed a piece of legislation that does affect how data centers connect to the grid. And the big ask from this proponent and others was to have that sort of certainty so they are able to go out and land customers. And so that's what they asked from me. And I think we are able to provide that sort of legislative clarity for proponents in the fall session. And a big thing for them too was certainty on the phase 2 data center rollout. And so they wanted a strong direction from the province on what that would look like in terms of megawatt allocation from the ISO. So that's not anything to do with a specific proponent or a project application, but rather as a whole, how do we provide as much clarity over the long run as possible so they're able to advance and to secure contracts with their customers. And so, I'm very excited about what they're working on because per site, Beacon AI will provide 1,200 construction jobs and 300 operational jobs per site. So that's excellent news. This will be a $1.4 to $1.7 billion investment per site, one coming to Chestermere. And they had told me, I don't know if I'm leaning away from the mic here, but they're hoping their in-service date will be late 27, early 28. That's what they told me. And they also told me per site, that's $200 million in property taxes over the lifetime of a site, which is 30 to 40 years, excluding levies. So huge opportunity for Chestermere. So I just wanted to share that I've been in contact with them and I'm very excited for their investment in Chestermere. Now, oh gosh, okay, the time. All right, I have two more topics I want to consider today. So are we okay I know I'm a bit over, but are you guys okay?
Yeah,
I can move some things
You're
around. So I wanted to loop back to...
Sorry. Councillor Grant wants to jump in.
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor Dean, can we recess?
Yeah. Are you okay if we take a quick recess?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick recess and 10 minutes? 2 minutes? 5 minutes. We'll come back at 12:20. Okay, 12:20. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon at this point, I guess. We're just coming back from a quick break and turning it back over to our MLA, Chantal Lejeune.
Yeah, I'm going into your lunch break. Sorry, guys. I want to make a super quick correction for the record. Earlier, I misspoke with all my rattling off of numbers, and I said that our school capacity for Rocky View Public was 10 something. That is incorrect. They are both 905 for both the Rocky View Public K through 9 and for the high school. All right, just had to correct that. Okay, so yeah, circling back to rec and the great need we've got here in the community. So I just wanted to take a forward look on this and talk about what our opportunities are here in the community and different funding streams that we could pursue, because typically how it works is recreation is a municipal priority, and the province funds nonprofits with grants through SIP or CFIP or some of the other ones to help them with what they're working on. But it'll be primarily, really solely led by the municipality. And so the way that I and the province can support you here is, again, through those grants. But as you likely already know, provincial grants are only for nonprofits unless it's through municipal grants. So if we're looking at rec grants like CFIP or SIP, the applicant has to be a registered nonprofit. But of course, the municipality can apply through programs like MSI, the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, for recreation funding. And that is how Rocky View County was able to fund a $500,000 assessment for the Langdon Rec Center. Is through an MSI municipal grant. So I wanted to highlight that funding stream. In addition to CFIP grants, there are two other streams I wanted to flag, but they, of course, operate in conjunction with nonprofits. That's the Government of Alberta rule. So Arts, Culture, Status of Women has what's called Other Initiatives Program, or OIP. And so for, nonprofit leaders that might be watching, this is definitely a program to look into, because it's not a common grant, and it would come up only with very specific asks. And so the OIP, the Other Initiatives Program, provides financial assistance to community-based projects that might fall outside the scope of CFIP or SIP. But it's intended to support community-driven goals that have a public benefit. Although I do think that CFIP Large, which is up to $1 million, is a really good option for nonprofits. And it was recently brought to my attention that, the nonprofit collective, either formally or informally, is looking to establish a physical nonprofit hub. And so I sent all the grant information to that individual who brought this to my attention, and specifically highlighted CFIP Large as a really great opportunity for something like that. Of course, it's a matching grant, and the feedback I received was very positive that those matching grants could likely be in place. So very positive there. But I also wanted to talk about tourism and sports grants, because CRCA was recently a benefactor of one of their grants, and that was the Active Communities Initiative Grant. So this is outside of the Arts, Culture, Status of Women grants. The Active Communities Initiative Grant is a really good one to look into. That said, the applicant has to be a nonprofit. However, because I know you're working on a new rec center in Chelsea, municipalities are able to partner with nonprofits on that. I'm just looking if I have here. So yeah, the Active Communities Initiative, it's they're for organizations to retrofit, renew, expand, or build new small to medium-sized public use centers. I don't know if yours fits in the medium-sized category, if it's sort of stretching it. It's a pretty big, ambitious plan. But eligible organizations can apply for grants up to a higher threshold than CFIP. It's $1.5 million. And of course, the matching requirements still apply. So only nonprofits can apply, but municipalities can partner. Typically what that looks like in terms of partnership, like it really depends on individual project. In the past, we've only really seen it for renos and upgrades, not new builds. So what happens, for example, is you can have a municipally owned rec center, and a nonprofit would have a lease to operate a portion of the facility, and then the nonprofit applies for an upgrade to their portion of the facility, for example. Nonprofits would have to have some sort of operating agreement with the municipality if it was a municipally owned rec center. But I just wanted to flag this stream as something that you as a municipality can work with your nonprofit community on and apply for that. And you'll have my full support and advocacy on that. In fact, I think the very first meeting that the mayor and I had after his first election as mayor was with Minister Furr to talk about recreation, the need for it here, and what her grant programs allow for. And this one in tourism sport is a really good one worth looking into as well. So I just wanted to flag that. That's the Active Communities Initiative program. All right, so I'm going to end this section with one question, and then I just wanted to close out our meeting today on feedback I've heard from the community that I'd like to share. So my question is just really simple. What's the update on the rec center in Chelsea? Where are we at with that? I know you had planned sort of a phased approach, and so I'm wondering if you can just share an update with me.
I'll take the initial swing and then we'll go back to Mr. Edney again. Where we're at right now is that work is now being picked up again by the Recreation Committee. They're going to be getting a report. And then there's a report that is coming to council, I believe, early in February. I don't think it's coming before the end of January. I believe the report is coming early in February, and so I would be able to, we all would be able to much better answer that question in about a month, because that report is coming, like I said, to a regular meeting of council here at the beginning of February.
Okay.
Mr. Edney, how'd I do?
You did good.
Perfect. There you go.
Okay, beauty. Well, let's touch base then. And I just wanted to close out today's meeting with some maybe rapid fire questions, just like really, not as in depth, but questions that I was asked by residents that are municipal and I just don't know. So I'd like to share these as priorities from the community. And if you can provide any context, that would be fantastic. So the first is to do with green space, of course, as a primarily residential community. One of the questions I got was on green space and if there's any plans for mandating tree planting in new developments in the community. Is there any sort of municipal rule about being required to plant trees?
I think for this, we'd have to go to administration to planning and development with regards to what our criteria has to do, if there's any when it comes to landscaping and things like that. So, Mr. Chadwick, I think I'm putting you on the spot for this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the Mayor, we do have landscaping requirements in the land use bylaw, but they're only primarily for private sites. They're limited. Requirements change site to site, depending on if it's a commercial site or a residential site. As part of land use bylaw regulations, we do require some landscaping on each private site. The public landscaping on municipal roads, boulevards, everything is sort of dealt through at the stage of subdivision, where we get into negotiations with the developers, reviewing landscaping plans for roads and streets and stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, the thought there was just more space in the community, which I know you've heard as well.
Sorry, I think we're talking about two different things. So you mentioned tree planting and green space. I think those are two separate questions.
More greenery.
Sorry, because when you say green space to me, what I hear is parks and available opportunity for people to do non-organized recreation places for people to gather. We have a whole priority that we've outlined within our capital budget for 2026 for that, including we've set aside budget for improving green spaces for opportunities for people to gather, including with benches, gazebos, those sorts of things. So that's all in there. There is the allocations that are done through as required by the MGA for green space, and all of those requirements are either met and or exceeded throughout our communities. We have also made a concerted effort to look at how we utilize those spaces as opposed to instead of spreading them out, is it possible to have them come in? If I gave Councillor Schindler the mic for an hour and a half, he would not stop talking about playgrounds and his passion to see us moving forward on playgrounds. And so there's initiatives that we are taking there with regards to playground space. So I guess if we're talking about green space and opportunity for people to gather, absolutely. Priority of our council. We've outlined it. We've talked about it. It's being approached in a number of different ways. I kind of mentioned Councillor Schindler. If I was to give Councillor Grant 4.5 hours to talk about non-structured recreation, he would take 7 hours. So it is absolutely a priority of this council to be moving forward on those items.
Perfect. And you actually already hit my next question, was just about benches and gazebos, sort of area spaces that are for gathering. And so you addressed that. I'm glad to see that's a priority as well.
We also, I want to go back to Mr. Edney. Didn't we apply for some tree planting grant as well? I don't know if we were successful, but I know that we were looking at some grants for some tree planting in some areas. But I think what we were trying to do is find the areas that were city-owned land where we were going to put them. So I think it is something that our parks team has also been looking at with regards to some grant opportunities for some tree planting within Chestermere. So sorry, just as I'm thinking about it now. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, moving away from sort of outdoor spaces to indoor spaces, designated spaces for nonprofits. I'm wondering if in the rec center plans, if there's been any changes, or maybe I misunderstood from the first time I saw the design, that there wasn't really like a lot of space that was specifically designated for nonprofit use. Because I guess the plan at the time was you were hoping for an independent nonprofit hub, and that was built separately. Is that still the plan, or will there be space in the new rec center that, say, a nonprofit could, at a reasonable rate, rent or use that space to meet?
Yeah, I'd love to take this one on. So what I would say is at the time when some information was coming out, it was based on factors that we didn't necessarily know yet. So, for example, we didn't know if we were going to be able to complete the deal for us to purchase the lands at where the current rec center is located, right? So if we were not able to finish that deal with Rocky View County in a timely manner, then that would impact other decisions that we were making. Now that we've been able to purchase that land, now that gives us opportunity to enter into different conversations with the CRCA, because now we are the landlord for that. So that gives us opportunity to have different conversations. They have had some changes within their organization as well. And so we are going to be meeting with that board here in the near term to look at how we can have those conversations. How does that relate? Well, because from a big picture perspective, let's say we weren't able to finish that deal. Well, if we don't finish that deal, that means that now we need to figure out ways to invest money differently, either in our current rec center and or in other properties. Now that we've been able to do that, it opens up more opportunities. And so where that's sitting right now is going back to, like I said, there's a report coming to council here early in February. There is definitely some ongoing conversations right now about a not-for-profit hub. And again, what I would say is the incredible investment that this council has made in recreation in our community has opened up possibilities for us to go with. And now, I would say all 7 of us campaigned on the idea that we spent our first year as a council kind of laying a foundation. And now this part of this next term is going to be building on that foundation that we've laid. And I think there's going to be some very key meetings that are coming up as we develop our recreational strategy, as we develop our, even our event strategy is going to play into this as well. And I would anticipate that within the next month or so, we're also going to start to have, we're going to reopen our strategic plan. All of those things are going to impact those decisions moving forward.
Awesome. Okay, that's really good to know. And just a question, with CRCA, does the municipality have any involvement with how spaces are rented, or because I know now that the school, the Franco Sud school, is there, that impacts other things too. And I'm just wondering what sort of, if any, agreements the municipality has with the CRCA about public space rental and availability.
Yeah. So as of January 13th, 2026, does the city of Chestermere have influence on how space is allocated inside the Chestermere Rec Center? The answer to that question is no, because what happened was it was simply a transfer of agreement. So there's an agreement that was in place between the CRCA and Rocky View County. Essentially what we did was we changed out landlords. We are now going to be entering into conversations with the CRCA as to what a collaborative relationship could look like moving forward. But again, they only had their AGM at the beginning of December, so they have a whole new board. We're coming off of an election. So as of right now, no, the CRCA runs the facility known as the Chestermere Recreational Regional Center. They run it. We are the landlords of the land, but we are under that agreement that is essentially in place until December of 2029. But we're opening up those conversations here shortly. So.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. And then finally, moving into transportation, I just wanted to flag that there's been safety concerns that have been raised about 17th Ave and Range Road 284. I'm sure you're aware as well. And I'm just wondering if you have any plans to address the safety concerns there, and what's the timeline for those?
Yeah, so I'm going to look to admin for some help on this, because I know that one of the things that we've done is, so because that intersection is essentially the boundary road between us and Calgary, we have been working, our administration has been working with Calgary's administration on what that means and what that could look like. Because as Mr. Edney mentioned earlier, residents don't really care when I'm driving along a road who owns that road. They just want it to be safe. So there are some conversations that are happening. As part of our 2026 budgeting process, Council outlined to administration that the safety of that intersection was a priority and was a higher priority, if you will, than further down 284. And so, but I would go to Mr. Edney on this with regards to where we're at with some of those admin to admin conversations.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Real quickly, we're working with Calgary's administration, sort of in conjunction with the 17th Avenue discussions, because what we do there in the short term obviously impacts long term, and we want to make sure we don't spend a bunch of money doing something that gets torn up at the end of next year. So we are working on it. It is a little more complicated because just the nature of the intersection being at our boundary, but it's something we're actively working on. something we're proceeding with, and hopefully come back to council with some kind of suggestion plan, budget request later this spring, I'll say, or maybe into the springtime.
Yeah, I think a conversation that I've had at the mayor to mayor's level, if you will, so formerly known as CMRB, now known as the Regional Roundtable, is the conversation that when we look to our neighbors up north, when you look at the Edmonton area, Edmonton somehow figured it out with regards to when you leave Edmonton and you go into St. Albert, you don't even know you change municipalities. Right, like, and you literally, it's an intersection, and you go through, and now you're in a different municipality with a different council, different mayor, different transportation system, all of those things. But you literally drove over a street, and so something I've been talking a lot about, and we have a lot of agreement with mayors across the regional roundtable, is that we have to figure that out here in the south of Alberta as well. So it's not just 17th Avenue, Chestermere Boulevard. It's also linkage between Cochrane and Calgary. It's also linkage between Airdrie and Calgary. And so figuring out how we do this from a regional perspective, I think is important, because I think it's a challenge for us across the region here in the south, those linkages that exist between our cities and our towns and the major urban center that is Calgary.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the update. I'll definitely follow up with you on rec and sort of things along 17th Ave in the springtime. Sounds like that's when a lot of those updates will be coming up. But I know I am way over time and had to push back my next commitment. But unfortunately, a bit later, I have a seminar that's part of my nuclear engagement, and I cannot move that. So I unfortunately have to bring this very fruitful discussion to a close. But with that, I'd just like to sincerely thank you for the work you do. On a personal note, to stand for election and to serve your community in this role, in this way, is no small thing. It takes sacrifices. You all have families, and I know that being elected can take you away from your families, but the community, really, really is appreciative for the work that you're doing and the great strides you're making for the community. And I personally recognize and thank you for that. I'm very grateful. I think we have a very, very fruitful, very productive relationship, and I'd love to keep that going. So thanks for getting me on the agenda, and I'm so sorry for taking your lunch break. But I just wanted to say thanks, and I'm looking forward to our continued discussion on all these important topics.
Yes, and thank you for coming. Thank you for this opportunity for us to be able to interact and to do this. I just going back to the school site, one of the quotes that stood out to me when Premier made that announcement was Premier laid out a challenge for municipalities when she said, "Get site ready, and if you're getting site ready, we're going to be stepping up to fund them." And I think that's been a clear demonstration from this council to follow some direction from the province with regards to that. And so I think we've seen that play out really, really well. And so finally, what I want to do is we have a bit of a gift here that's been prepared for you with a bit of a personalized mug in here, from what I understand, from the city of Chestermere. And so I think it would be great before you leave, if we may, we'll have council just come down and we'll do a quick photo with the presentation of this gift before you run off to your extremely busy day.
Thank you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming back from our lunch break and now entering into the afternoon portion of our meeting. We just have one order of business to take care of from the morning still. Can I have a counselor make the motion to accept the information from MLA de Jonge for information, please? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the discussion from the Chantal de Jong, member of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta for Chestermere and Strathmore for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 7.3.1, which is the Famous 5 Maquette Tour update. And this is being presented by Josh Estanislao. Closer?
Nice try.
It's the phonetic they gave me here. Estanislao.
There we go.
Oh, I just had to slow it down.
Yeah.
Estanislao.
Yes.
Okay, I'm on it now.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Josh Estanislao here today to present the Famous 5 Maquette Tour update. Just the recommendation to Council is that the Council accept the Famous 5 Maquette Tour update for information. Just some background, on September 23rd, 2025, administration came to council to present the Famous 5 Foundation's Trailblazers Tour initiative, which aimed to bring the Maquette Tour that the Famous 5 Foundation is currently doing in Chestermere. Subsequent to the motion that council made to proceed with the initiative, administration has been in collaboration with the Famous 5 Foundation to bring the Maquette Tour to Chestermere. As it stands, the maquettes are now in City Hall in the lobby, which the public can visit and learn about. And they will be there until February 13th, I believe. The Famous 5 Foundation, in collaboration with administration, is also hosting a pink tea reception in council chambers, which will be held on January 16th from 2 to 4 p.m. This reception is aimed at encouraging Albertans to learn more about the Famous 5 women and to inspire the next generation of trailblazers to be leaders and nation builders. Just some note to the public members watching that there is limited space, so you need to RSVP in order to join, but there's plenty of space available if you guys want to RSVP. All of the details are in our social media. So this will be a great event for everyone to celebrate women and talk about past achievements and talk about current issues that the women face in today's society. But other than that, that's just my update for today. I'm open to any questions.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Great, thank you. With that, I believe we're accepting the Famous 5 Maquette Tour update for information. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be happy to make that motion as I wear my Famous 5 Foundation pin, which is one of my special treasures. I like to wear that. So I move that council accept the Famous 5 Maquette Tour update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to be moving to 7.3.2, which is the committee bylaw, second reading, which is also being presented by Josh Estanislao.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Josh Estanislao here again to present the committee bylaw. The recommendations to council today would be to give second reading to the bylaw, as well as a third and final reading if council wishes to do so. So just some background, on November 4th, 2025, administration presented Bylaw 042-25 being the committee bylaw, which will replace our current committee bylaw. Council has given the proposed bylaw reading, the proposed bylaw first reading, and has directed administration to come back to the December 2, 2025 GAP meeting to further discuss and provide more input on the proposed bylaw. So at that meeting, council or the committee gave administration a list of bullet points that they would like to see amended in the bylaw. and administration has then included those amendments to the proposed bylaw in red line. So in the attached bylaw in the package, all of the changes there are in red line from our current proposed bylaw. And that's it for me. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any general questions from council, first of all, before moving to second reading? Councillor Schindler.
I just had a quick question about the schedules. We don't need to bring the bylaw back to adjust the schedule, do we? Is that correct? Through the chair to administration? So let me paint a little bit more of a picture. So we just approved the potential or the soon to be established emergency management committee, and putting that on Schedule B. Ahead of that would, unless we have to bring it back, we could add that now, or if it's able to be adjusted without bringing it back to council for approval, then this question is moot.
Mr. Redney?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Dean, to Councillor Schindler. That's a good question. Off the top of my head, so one of the things that the CAO bylaw allows me to do is to make changes to bylaws that don't impact the, I guess, nature of the bylaw. Mm-hmm. So adding a committee that you approved into the schedule to me fits under that. Mm-hmm. I guess. I don't know.
Well, the committee hasn't been approved yet. We said go ahead and create.
Yeah.
Correct.
And he's bringing all that back. So I would not add that one at that time. I thought, though, that this was the difference between schedules and amendments.
Yeah.
Right? I think the schedules are the ones that can be updated without the readings.
That's what I'm getting at. I think when you do make the committee, we can just add that in as part of your schedule.
Yeah.
And you'll be fine. Yeah.
And there is a correction in here on point G, City of Chestermere Public Library Board. It's just City of Chestermere Library Board. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a councillor then make the motion, please, for second reading? Councillor Grant.
Sorry, Mayor. I had a question.
Yeah.
And it revolved around the point number 8 for training. I'm just thinking that everything comes with a cost. So if we're training people, should there be a budget item for that said training, or is that something that we're going to perform internally and then there will be no budget implication?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So this training we generally budget for under the council budget in the operating budget, and it's there because we, for the type of training it's talking about, tend to generally do it as required. So I think the budget item for that is covered, unless there was something exceptional. But we could look at that time of what the training might end up being.
Councillor Grant?
Okay, that's fine. So will that count towards the training for public members as well within that budget allocation, and not just council members? So it's not just a council budget line item.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, for clarity, it can be used for people other than council. It's just held in the budget because these are council work, I guess. Yes. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 042-25 being the committee bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. And can I have the motion for third and final reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to the bylaw number 042-25, being the committee bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Item 7.4.1, which is the utility amendment bylaws. Looks like this is being presented by Mr. Kent Edney and Mr. Grayson Mach from Director of Utilities. Who am I turning this over to? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm only listed on here just to kind of introduce this subject for council and for the public. Mr. Mach will take over the presentations. During budget discussion, operating budget and capital budget discussion related to the utility, council made some decisions on funding capital and funding mechanisms. We did talk at the time about some adjustments that would be needed to be made to our utility rates for a number of different reasons. Mr. Mach will touch on each one of those in each of the bylaws, but that's the intent of bringing these here today, is to actually implement that so that we can have our rates reflect what was approved in the operating and capital budgets for the utilities this year. So on that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Mach.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So as Mr. Edney mentioned, these 4 bylaws before you are an extension of the 2026 operating and capital budget, which Council approved in December. Within the RFD and within the bylaw itself, it is redline marked up to demonstrate to Council what the changes are. Predominantly, they are all rate changes. Just a reminder that the rate increases requested this year, 75% of that rate increase is to fund the asset management work. So we have a sustainable funding level for our asset management work in water, sewer, and storm. We're all experiencing increases. 25% of that is for various contract agreements we have between the City of Chestermere and the utility. So that's the basis for the rate increases, as was previously described in the operating budget and capital budget presentations. There is 1 or 2 changes in addition to the standard rate increases that were approved in the operating budget back in December. The first one is the water bylaw. So the water bylaw is recommending adding a new rate class, an irrigation rate class. So the city, the utility has approximately 10,400 and I want to say 63. So a little over 10,000 utility accounts, 97 of which are irrigation accounts. Currently today, an irrigation meter, an irrigation account is billed as a non-revenue or a non-residential water. So they pay sewer as well. Even though they are not benefiting from the service, they are still paying monthly sewer charges based on their water usage. There are about 97 of these accounts, 31 of which are city accounts. The remainder are private accounts throughout the City of Chestermere. So staff are recommending that we include this irrigation service rate class. The water charges are the exact same as the non-residential water charges. The exception would be they would no longer be paying sewer to that irrigation account. So that is a new item, a new change beyond the standard rate increases that are reflective of the 2026 approved budget. The second item is in the waste management bylaw. The environmental service fees were prior in the service fee policy, which is actually a policy that's attached to the land use bylaw. So staff are recommending that we pull those environmental service fees out of that policy and put it into the waste management bylaw as a new schedule. That would align with the other 3 utility bylaws. So essentially, if council approves all 3 readings of this bylaw, it would be superseding the service fees in the service fee policy and replacing them and putting them in this bylaw instead. With that, if there are any questions regarding any of the bylaws, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Council, any questions with regards to the bylaws? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration. I noticed we have identified a few different bill types within the charging schedule. are we limited to the amount of build types that we can add to that schedule? Say we feel there's another build type that is more intensive than normal. Can we create another type to maybe pass on some of that extra cost that build type should bear?
Excellent question. So through the Mayor, Councillor Grant, we are absolutely not restricted on the number of rate classes. That is entirely up to council as to how many they would like to do. Part of the 26 budget is a utility rate review, as I believe I mentioned back in December. Part of that scope will be looking at where the costs are in our cost allocation model and seeing if there's opportunities for potential new rate classes. We have to ensure that the costs are going to the correct rate class. So that will be coming up for council in this year, in 2026.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney, to Mr. Motch. So we saw all the information. We saw the rationale for why these needed to increase through the budgeting process. And I believe a majority of that was in public. So the public has all that information. And I made a comment at the time that I was looking for a reason to find fault with the rate increases. And I couldn't find one. It was sound. Since then, I've also gotten information from peers about what other communities are paying for these different things. And it looks like Chestermere is actually paying a higher rate, or Chestermere's users are paying a higher rate than other communities, other comparable communities, and also Calgary. So I was hoping that you could discuss why different communities might have different rates, even though the logic is sound for why we need to have the rates that you're proposing here.
Absolutely. Through the Mayor to Councillor Sambo. So there's a couple of reasons for that. So I certainly acknowledge that the rate increases for 26 are, I'll call them more aggressive than they have been in the past. The last time the utility sought any adjustment in the rates was 2022, so 4 budget years. In 2022, the water rates saw an increase, but the sewer and the storm rates saw a decrease. So prior to that, it was approximately 2016 was the last time that the rates were increased, and sewer or storm utility didn't exist back in 2016. So predominantly, as I mentioned, the majority of the rate impact for 26 has to do with the capital. In prior years, the asset management capital, the financial position has been slowly eroding, where it has been funded through rates then fully cover the cost of the asset management capital for that year. So I'll say reserves have been financing that through the years. This year is intention to correct that. The utility does not have any financial reserves for capital projects. We simply have an operating reserve that essentially is a reserve of approximately $2 million that pays for about, I'll say 6 weeks of the day-to-day bills, of covering the cost of the day-to-day operation. We do not have any financial reserves for infrastructure. So that being said, how we create rates is entirely a full cost recovery. We have a very high level of fixed costs, say compared to perhaps some other municipalities. So about 34% or so of our rates is to fund the capital, 34% of our total costs. About 25% is for various contracts. So say the contract with EPCOR or the contracts between the utility and the city of Chestermere. About 29% of those rates is for the master service agreement with the city of Calgary. So the city of Calgary provides us potable water and they treat our city. So about 29% of our utility costs are just for those 2 contracts. And then there's the remaining 12% is overhead for things like insurance, consulting, engineering. So very small overhead. The vast majority of our rates are various fixed contracts that we have to pay. We are unique compared to perhaps a few other municipalities because of that, similar to all the other regional customers where we have a high degree of fixed contracts with outside parties to be able to provide those services.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And if I may just add on to Mr. Motch's comments. So he hit on it with the 34% as the capital. Why we do that is there's an existing motion within CUI that the utility can't take on new debt. So we talked about that at budget time, that the major new infrastructure projects are funded through the offsite levy models, but the day-to-day upkeep and the day-to-day repair and replacement of the existing, we can't borrow money to do that. And so the comparative communities that you're talking about will often have some sort of credit, some sort of, maybe they don't fund 100% of that capital through borrowing, but they fund some percentage of it. So this will be part of that discussion when Mr. Mach and I come back this year with the, what does CUI, I know we're not supposed to use that, what does 153487996 Alberta Limited look like? What does the future of it look like? That's one of the things that impacts these rates right now, is we're not able to borrow to fund any of that capital. So all that capital is coming straight from the rates, which is unique compared to the neighboring communities that you're talking about. So if we found a way, and I'm not presupposing anything that council would want to do, but if we found a way to alleviate that ability to borrow some money in the future, you might be able to offset some of the rate impacts with borrowing to do that. It's a tough call because you're paying for it at some point. But that's our biggest issue, is we haven't been properly funding that capital, and now is the year to properly do that.
So if I may, through the mayor, just to build on CEO Edney's comments, the Alberta Utilities Commission has a deemed debt to equity ratio that they feel is sustainable for a linear utility. So electric and gas utilities, water utilities, sanitary sewer utilities. And the deemed debt to equity ratio, according to the AUC, is 63% debt to 37% equity. We are somewhere in the region of 27-ish% debt. So we have significantly less debt than, say, some other utilities do. However, one thing to note is some other utilities may borrow in the short term to reduce rates, but in the long term, that debt continues to compound and compound. There comes a day where they max out their debt capacity because they've used their debt to offset, I'll say, ongoing basic maintenance of the system, and then that's when the rates start to spike. So there are most certainly utilities in Alberta that are in that situation today.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? All right. So with that, I think we're going to be making a lot of motions here over the next 2 hours. All right. So, because to give all three readings of a bylaw, we need to have unanimous consent each time on each different bylaw. So, can I have a councillor give the first reading to bylaw 006-26, please? Councillor Sandbo.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 006-26, being the water amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have second reading for 006-26, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Move that council give a second reading to bylaw 006-26, being the water amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask this question before we moved along, and I lost my opportunity to ask it. And it's about the additional costs that would be put on us in the event of an infrastructure failure in Calgary. So I think we all know where I'm going. There was a previous failure of our water supply within the municipality that supplies it to us, and we were given a portion of a bill, I believe. So with what's happened now, I anticipate that we're going to be given another portion of a bill, and that bill is pretty significant. Does the utility pay that bill, or does Chestermere pay that bill, is my question. And I assume if it's the utility, it's going to be funded out of this rate increase.
Through the mayor to Councillor Grant. So yes, the utility funds a proportion of the capital program for the city of Calgary based on our proportional use. So we are roughly 1.5% to 2% of the use for the city of Calgary. So very rough guesstimate. That's roughly what we pay. Every 4 years, we go through a cost of service study, and they look at allocating a proportion of their capital program to each of the regional customers based on the use of the system. You're also correct that the utility funded through the ratepayers, the utility paid a proportional percentage of the 2024 main break on Bearspaw. It was a little over $400,000. Again, roughly in that 1.5–2% of the cost. We are likely to see something similar to that for this most current main break. That being said, that would likely be if I had to hazard a guess, a late 2026 or 2027 bill coming due.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion to give permission for third reading, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move, I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading for bylaw number 006-26, being the water amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have third and final reading for 06-26, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 006-26, being the water amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we have bylaw 007-26, which is the wastewater amendment bylaw. Can I have a councillor give first reading to bylaw 007-26, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Move that council give first reading to bylaw 007-26, being the wastewater amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have second reading for 007-26, please? Councillor Grant.
To give second reading to bylaw 007-26, being the wastewater amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have to give permission, please, for 007-26? Councillor Sandbo.
I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading for bylaw 007-26, being the wastewater amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have third and final reading for bylaw 007-26? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 007-26, being the wastewater amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have bylaw 008-26 first reading, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Move that council give first reading to bylaw 008-26, being the storm drainage amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion for second reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 008-26, being the storm drainage amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Permission for third reading for 008-26, please. Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading for bylaw number 008-26, being the storm drainage amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have third and final reading, the motion for third and final reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 008-26, being the storm drainage amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And finally, bylaw 010-26, the waste management amendment bylaw. Can I have a motion for first reading, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number 010-26, being the waste management amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion for second reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 010-26, being the waste management amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have council make the motion for give permission for bylaw 010-26? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Just move the council give permission to proceed with third reading and final reading for bylaw number 010-26, being the waste management amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And can I have the motion for third and final reading for 010-26, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 010-26, being the waste management amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of that matter. I think I was getting to a point where AI could have done my job at that point. My goodness. All right. Right. 7.4.2, which City of Calgary water main break. I just have verbal update. Oh, no, there it is. It's on the next page. This is also being presented by Mr. Grayson Mach, Director of Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to council. We just wanted to give a verbal update to council regarding the water main break and what the City of Chestermere has done in response to the water main break. So as a general summary, council may recall that the latest water main break for the City of Calgary occurred on December 30th on the Bears Paw water main, which is the same 6-ish kilometer stretch of water main that experienced breaks in 2024, 2 breaks in 2024. This individual water main feeds about 60% of the entire water demand for the region, which includes us as well. It is a 1950 millimeter pre-stressed concrete that is approximately 50 years old. Useful life for this type of asset is typically in the area of 70 years. However, I believe through the various reports, council may have heard that the time span when this type of pipe was made, it was a known time span. The 70s when this was made was a known time span to be I'll say sensitive to chlorides and sulfates in the soil, so sensitive to corrosion, and have been failing throughout North America. So premature failure of these types of water mains throughout North America. After the main break, the City of Calgary immediately instituted stage 4 water restrictions, asking residents to conserve water, which remain in effect today. So what did the City of Chestermere do? The City of Chestermere does source its treated water from the City of Calgary as a regional customer. As previously mentioned, we are one of 8 regional customers for the City of Calgary. Predominantly, Chestermere, Airdrie, and Strathmore are the largest water users outside the City of Calgary. So we're one of the 3 larger water users. Of the 3 of us, we are roughly 8% of the total demand for the City of Calgary. The City of Chestermere is somewhere around 1.5% and 2% of that demand for the City of Calgary. Under the Master Service Agreement with the City of Calgary for both water and sewer, we have a contractual obligation to enact the exact same water restrictions as they do within the city. So that's what occurred here in Chestermere. We suspended all flooding of outdoor rinks that employed potable water for flooding. So that obviously did not include the outdoor skating surfaces or the loops on the lake that was being flooded using lake water. We continue to echo all messaging, all conservation messaging through social media, through the webpage, through our electronic signs, working closely with our communications department. We are also doing daily consumption reporting to the City of Calgary, as well as look ahead forecasting, so our planned or our anticipated water demand as well. So again, for context, we are using on average about 7.5 million liters a day. So council may be aware from the reporting, City of Calgary total demand has been somewhere between 490 and 510 million liters a day. So we are a relatively small proportion, but every little bit counts, obviously, when we're in water restrictions. So to date, we are seeing on average about a 5% decline in our usage compared to what we typically would see this time last year when one accounts for population growth as well. So about a 5% decline. So could something like what happened on the Bearspaw water feeder happen here in Chestermere? The City of Chestermere infrastructure is significantly different than the City of Calgary in both size, in age, and material type. So we have approximately 125 kilometers of water main here in Chestermere versus City of Calgary has about 1,600 as an example in terms of scale. The majority, about 100 kilometers of that 125 kilometers is 26 years old or newer. So we have a very new system compared to many municipalities in Alberta, if not in Canada. Our water mains are almost entirely PVC or HDPE, which is highly resistant to corrosion, to acid corrosion, soil conditions, that type of thing. So very resistant to any type of water main break that you might see in the City of Calgary. However, that doesn't mean that we can't see water main breaks here in City of Chestermere. Typically, the root cause of a break here is things like original installation methods or contamination of the bedding material for the pipe. So for instance, rocks in the bedding material that have through the years or decades worked their way into the pipe caused a hole. So that's typically what we are seeing for water main breaks here. So it's not necessarily a structural failure. It's a outside source like a rock working its way through. So vastly different. Our largest water main is 600 millimeters, with the vast majority being 400 millimeters or less. So why is that important? Those are sizes that are readily available. They're not special order. It's something that we can literally get overnighted if required. So all our materials here are of a size that are very easy to get, which means we can have a more rapid response should we experience a break. In addition to that, our water and sanitary systems are constructed for full redundant backup. So we are able to easily accommodate our average day demand with one of our feeds. We currently have 2 feeds from the City of Calgary and 2 feeds going to the City of Calgary for our sanitary. We're able to accommodate our average day demand with one of those feeds out. So we are not at a single point of failure similar to the Bearspaw water feed, where we are able to feed our demand here in town with half of our feeds being out of service. So that being said, that will take us into as we approach the 60,000 population size before our next, I'll say, capacity expansion is required. So we have a little bit of time. We do a utility master planning document that we review and renew on a 5-year frequency. So the last renewal was in 2024, updating all the numbers based on the experience growth, the experience demand growth. So obviously the next one is 2029. The next capacity expansion is beyond that window. So it's beyond the 10-year planning horizon right now. And it's something that we continue to watch and move forward as necessary based on actual growth that's validated into our models each time. Similar to Calgary, though, we do have a leakage rate that is somewhat above industry average. We currently experience a 20% unaccounted for water, similar to the City of Calgary. They're somewhere between 20 and 25%. Primary source of leakage from what we are experiencing, and we can't 100% say for sure, obviously, but primary source of leakage has typically been from the copper services in town. So that's the service running from the water main to somebody's residence. We currently have in the region of 2,700 copper services in town of our roughly 10,400 total water services in town. So let's say that's about a third of our services are copper services. To address this, we do have an annual leak detection program that council does fund. Thank you for that. It includes annual leak detection testing, where we go in different quadrants of the city and actually do leakage testing, where we do drawdown tests, where we isolate a neighborhood and look for drawdown, looking for leaks. We also have a preventative copper service replacement program that council approves that funds approximately 12 service replacements a year, over and above a funding level that is employed for, I'll say, the water breaks, the leakages that we find. And then in 2026, council may recall that additional funding was provided by you for additional leak detection equipment that we're intending to install on the water mains that go under the lake, as again another level of protection. So I would characterize it as an early warning system, so we can continue to monitor the high priority locations that would be difficult or impossible to repair should it develop a leak, so that we can come up with a mitigation strategy long before it actually turns into a leak. So moving forward, for City Council and for residents that may be watching, the City of Calgary is planning another major outage on that water main in spring and again in fall of 2025. So we are likely to experience stage 4 water restrictions during both of those times as they do those outages. Both those outages are to address additional weak spots that they discovered that hadn't ruptured yet, but they were high risk. So they're going back to repair some of those weak spots. They will be attempting to expedite the twinning of the Bearspaw water main. So it was or is currently in the tender phase to actually do the construction to twin that line. It was twinning approximately 6 kilometers of that pre-stressed concrete line. They are looking for opportunities to expedite that construction, but it's 1,500 millimeter diameter, proximal to 16th Ave in a high urban density area. Very difficult. They will be likely doing micro tunneling to minimize the impacts to the customers, but it will be a major impact. Originally, they were anticipating start in 26 and end some point in 28, but they are studying ways to expedite that work. Really, why am I bringing this up? The residents of Calgary and obviously all the regional customers such as us are at a risk of future water restrictions if there are more water main breaks. There is this higher risk period up to the point when that twinned line is in service. So we are likely to experience more water restrictions as they continue to work on that line. And finally, Councillor Grant did bring this up. The City of Calgary Water and Sewer Capital Program is proportionally funded based on our usage by the City of Chestermere as a regional customer. So we do pay a portion of that capital program that they award, including any additional costs to expedite the program for the Bearspaw, and any costs associated with the main break repairs as well. So we are likely to see increased costs going into the 27 onward budget year to help fund these additional programs. Giving that, the residents of the City of Chestermere obviously benefit from that work as well in terms of sustainable supply of water. So it is certainly in our residents' best interest to assist anywhere we can with our partner in the City of Calgary to ensure that we have a sustainable source of water as well. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Comments, questions from council. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through administration to yourself, I was looking up Okotoks, because Okotoks just went on water sovereignty on the Bow, and provided all the stars could align, would it be possible for us to do that with the WID and take water out of Chestermere Lake? And would it be about the same cost as what Okotoks was?
Yeah.
That's about a $60 million project, as far as I understand.
So through the chair to Councilor Worzanowski, I wouldn't say that it is feasible to take water out of the lake. The lake will likely not be at a sustainable water level if we were using it for our entire potable water supply. We'd likely have to do calculations for that. That being said, likely a more technically achievable solution would be to mimic, say, what the city of Okotoks did and run a water line down to the bow, which for us would be about 25 kilometers as well, similar to Okotoks. However, the hurdle in that is likely water diversion licensing. So the city of Okotoks already had, they essentially were converting from groundwater. They had 30 to 40 groundwater wells, converting from groundwater to surface water. So they had a treatment system. They're essentially converting to a surface treatment system. We do not have any diversion licenses. Well, pardon me, we have one diversion license for irrigation at the golf course. The South Saskatchewan River Basin is a closed basin. It's been a closed basin for, I want to say, 15 or so years now. So for us to secure water licensing, we're essentially having to, I'll say, buy a license from a licensee upstream of the city of Chestermere, or where our appointed diversion would be. And that would have to get approval from Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, with a caveat that they may or may not choose to hold back 10% of that license volume for in-stream needs. So that would likely be our biggest obstacle. Technically, engineering-wise, we could likely achieve it. However, it will likely, if the city chose to go down that road, it would be very, very costly. I'm sorry, I don't have numbers for that. But it's the diversion licensing that would take many years to accomplish. Yeah.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to add on to Mr. Mach's comments, this is part of, I guess, why he's here in this position now too, right? Is somebody to actually oversee and look at our utilities and how they're doing and are they being managed responsibly and fiscally prudent. That was one of the criticisms in the report in Calgary, is there was no clear path of who was accountable for anything. So this is a nice opportunity. Thank you to council for seeing this as an important step in the utility of providing that oversight. One of the projects that is on the list for Grayson and his team, I don't want to call it longer term, but not in the next couple months, is to investigate and evaluate this idea a little bit more of what does the future of Chestermere water delivery look like, and is our own treatment plant aligned to the bow, working with WID, doing something in the books. So that's something that his team will be looking at. Can't make promises we'll have anything this year or even early next year, but it's on the radar for us to really start thinking about and putting some numbers to.
Yeah, if I may add as well, please. City of Chestermere has a very constructive relationship with the City of Calgary, as does City of Airdrie and City of Strathmore. The regional customers work very closely with the City of Calgary. There has not been any talk about not having a water supply for many, many, many years to come. It's not even on their radar, where they would request that we find our own treated water. Given that Airdrie, Strathmore, and Chestermere are put together, a decent sized population, that is not something that is likely to be entertained politically when one thinks that's well over 100,000 population of urban residents that would be without water. So the regional customers work very, very well with the City of Calgary, and the City of Calgary is very open and transparent about their plans, both short-term and long-term.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Through the chair to administration and Mr. Mach, what is Calgary's water license position? Because it seems like they just have an unlimited license, and it seems like they have licenses to supply the whole region with water, yet for some reason it's impossible for municipalities in the region to get licenses. I understand that it's probably nuanced and technical. But what is their license, and why does it seem like it's never ending? I guess is my first question.
Thank you through the chair. So I apologize, I can't give specifics.
That's okay.
The city of Calgary has likely a number of licenses, number of diversion licenses that date back. I do know from my time with Watershed Planning Council that City of Calgary have very senior licenses. So senior licenses are prior to around 1985, 1983, which means they are much higher on the list in terms of in-stream objectives. So the likelihood of them being restricted by the province is very low. Based on their current per capita usage rate, which is around 350 liters per capita, they have license to about that 2-ish million population. They continue to work to bring that per capita usage down. For instance, the city of Chestermere, we're around that 200 to 210 range liters per day per capita. But that being said, we are 95% residential. We're a city of Calgary that also accounts for all the heavy commercial, heavy industrial usage as well. So their per capita usage is a little bit higher, but it has continued to come down through time, which means it'll stretch out that license. They're aiming beyond the 2 million mark.
2.2, I hear. So that's fantastic. I have a follow-up question to that, or maybe a comment, and I'm happy to hear that our infrastructure is relatively young and in good shape. And I guess my only concern is that, unfortunately, we're connected to infrastructure, miles of infrastructure that is old and aging and failing. And so while it's great that our infrastructure is young, we are wholly reliant on aging, failing infrastructure just as much as anyone in Calgary is. So I guess the follow-up to that question, or my statement, is, does the province fund water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure just to help with maybe some viability of projects that may or may not come?
Thank you through the chair. So predominantly funding for municipal water, wastewater infrastructure actually is through MSI. That's predominantly, they do tend to have programs for specific things. So for instance, the city here, we did apply for drought and flood resilience funding here just for Christmas for our stormwater infrastructure. So we did apply for a $10 million grant. So there are grant opportunities, but predominantly the majority of the funding comes through MSI, and the municipality has to choose their priorities.
Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some comments through you. Certainly no expert, but I think I can offer a little bit of information to some of those questions. It was mentioned that the water licenses were locked down several years ago, 15 or 20 years ago. I believe all of the current regional clients were, I believe those agreements were made prior to that time. I actually think Okotoks tried to get on that and they were told no. And I think it's for that reason. So I think Okotoks would have liked to be a regional client, but it just didn't work out that way. So I'm glad to hear that that project of looking at this and different options is on the radar. It's something we should be looking into. We couldn't do anything quickly, but either between some models similar to Okotoks or what's happening around Edmonton are all options that Chestermere should be exploring as well.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, I have a comment and a question. First of all, comment. Yesterday, Mr. Fluker, Mr. Edney, and I had the opportunity to go to the McDougall Center for a meeting. Just so happened that Mayor Farkas was walking out of a meeting as we were walking into the meeting, and he just wanted to extend his gratitude to the city of Chestermere, to our residents for the work that we've been doing. Similar to what happened during the last water main break, we have demonstrated some leadership when it comes to following restrictions and those sorts of things. And so Mayor Farkas just wanted to pass that along to our residents, just as a thank you for the partnership that they've had here regionally. A question that I have is, throughout your presentation, there was a lot of what I would call like an opportunity for like a FAQ, a frequently asked questions piece. And I'm wondering, to administration, I'm wondering if we should put together a bit of a comms piece that is an FAQ of things you just said. Could this happen here? unlikely because of these things. What is the age of our infrastructure, right? Like you almost did it as a FAQ during this presentation, and I'm wondering if we could, because this is a verbal update. I'm wondering if there's a possibility for Grayson to work with our comms team and put out a similar type of piece that could be just laid out like a bit of a frequently asked questions. Mr. Edney, I see you smiling and the light blinking, so I see how this goes. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I think that was the full intent of this. If you listen to his presentation, it's in nice bullet point form that follows a nice script, and I think the intent was going to be to translate that into a post on the website, a post on social media. So I can, I guess, say with certainty, the comms team and Mr. Motchel work towards putting something up on the website to capture what he just presented to council here.
Great, thank you. And I think too, from a communications standpoint, I believe we've followed what the city of Calgary has put out, but I've also noticed that we put up some signs around the city just to make people aware and to bring that awareness. I know one of the things that I've heard in mainstream media as a comment was that just due to Christmas break, there was just a lot of people, there was some people unaware even that there was water restrictions going on because it's the holiday season and people just didn't know. So I think it's commendable too that we've explored a few different avenues within our own municipality to get that word out, including on our own social media platforms, as well as I did notice the signage that we have up and around the city. So I just want to say thank you to administration for finding different ways to communicate that information to our residents. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay. With that, then, I believe the motion would be to accept for information. So can I have thank you for that presentation. Can I have the councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council accept the City of Calgary water main break verbal update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. And so with that, I'll call for the motion to adjourn our first meeting of 2026. Councillor Rondeau.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the regular meeting of council at 2:32 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. See you next week.